We are in. Mic check. 1, 2. Too legit city on the mic. Yo, people of chat, man. We are back in the first Mamba. This is the guided playthrough where we're going to explain along the steps along the way, the thought process, and what we're going to be doing after each step. So at this point, we're barely over cycle 100. We just got done with carnivore. We were using the lums for that. Let me prove that really fast. I'll turn it to century. Nice. And then we got carnivore done. Good stuff. So that was via the smokers and the brisket. We have now transitioned to purely eating the sweat corn and doing the veggie poppers. We're maintaining a temporary food storage with the CO2 pit. And right now we are at the point in the game where we're really stable. We also finished the spawn setup in that time frame. And we have a nice 800 kilograms with food poisoning, which is fine. And it's at a nice 24 degrees, 21 degrees. We did the aqua tuner setup, my early game patented design with the early game automation. As you can see, it's nice. This automation, this aqua tuner is powered by the spawn setup. In terms of power, everything is kind of internal except for the pump, which we power on the outside. Regardless, the AQ itself is mainly off of H2 power, and we're having someone run the wheel every now and then. Right, there's a transformer feeding out, so none of the power is stored out here. And how this works is that they basically add power to the system. We're doing this just to keep the AQ, running stable, but it looks like we're doing good right now. 800 kgs to 56 kgs of H2. And then that's coming from the water from here. We have a polluted water vent. Not only that, there's a lot of polluted water down here that we could use. Looking at the polluted water, we're about, let's say 15,000 kilograms, 15 tons per tile. So at 5, that means we have 75 tons of polluted water inside the storage. That's not accounting for the water on the outside. And we're doing pretty good. At this point of the game, we are teching up and grabbing, well, we grabbed all the tech already that we needed for the Blashots right here on the meteor blaster. And we are making the Intracosmic Blashot. This is going to be what you need to use to shoot down the Demolier planet. Right there. Oh, we lost the thing. Hey, man. There it is. So we have 98 cycles left. And that means it's going to hit us on cycle 200. For the most part, 35 blast shots without grabbing the 4 up top. So we're almost halfway through. At this point of the game, that's going to be what they're working on. We're going to be making metal. We're going to be processing the seacomb to phyto oil, converting the phyto oil plus bleach stone into biodiesel, and then using that biodiesel for the blast shots. So we're going to be doing that at this point of the game. If you guys are following along, everything is pretty much balanced, and this is going to be a point of stability where you're going to be free to kind of do what you want while the dupes are making the blast shots. So we're going to be making some room upgrades. So let's let them rock. Right now, we're going to be upgrading the toilets. Is going to be the first course of action. Our Great Hall is good enough for now. But we're going to be able to do some free time stuff. We have rad bolts if we need to do the research. We are making suits. We have feathers. And we're going to be ranching the Rexes. So we're no longer eating the tender brisket from the lumps. The main reason is going to be because we're going to be feeding these guys instead. So these guys are going to be eating the tough meat so that we could get the feathers. Right? That's going to be what we feed these guys. tough meat and regular meat. So we're not going to be making barbecue. If a Dardo happens to pass, they get food. And we're just ranching them in the cold biome for now. So far, so good. That's Mamba. Yes, that is. So, of course, people of chat, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. We are growing seacomb over here. And we have a lot of water. I do want to grab the salt water, though, today. Maybe as soon as we can. That way we could start using the salt water to feed the spawn. Instead of using the polluted water off the side right here. I'm actually going to stop flowing the water through right here. And the reasoning is going to be because we have a lot of oxygen. 800 kilograms. Now there is food poisoning on it, but the good news is that food poisoning cannot affect the dupes if they breathe it in. They have to specifically consume something, either water from the water cooler or eat food with the germs. So in our case, it has no impact on us breathing it. And as you guys could see, we're moving out the food poisoning oxygen, but there are no germs in the ambient air. And that's because food poisoning dies on oxygen/gas. So this is only concentrated because of its generation being right there. But it's going to be going down. You can see when I mouse over it, the number goes down. And as we pump out a portion of it and release it, there's going to be just a lot of clean air. Which means that it's probably going to, you know, the germs are just going to die. We're running 2 smokers right now. We also have toasted millets being made. We're running off of 3 peat burners right now for the meta refinery. The Radbolt research is off at the moment, though we could turn it back on. It's just not needed yet. So our main thing is going to be getting suits up so that we could reach the Blashots right here and to get to the meteor blaster. That way we could be completely prepared. So we're just going to be setting that up. We will probably want to get saltwater done before that, just because we have a lot of time. So this is the point of the game where you could, if you haven't, finish exploring your map. We did a pretty good job already. We know where the biomes are. If you guys want to choose to go to the second planet, that's also there. In our case, though, we're going to be securing the salt water for long-term spawn. Ooh, look at that. It just got hot enough. And we're doing the strats. Look at that. So this is getting hot, the water, because the building itself is still running. And of course, the building is hot from contact, right? So it is going to get up to 40 degrees pretty quickly, but we're trying to cool it down with 30-degree water. So it's pretty fair as of right now. We're going to be moving out some polluted water as well from some of the hand washing right here. If we have other sources of pea water, like from the peat burners, it's just going to be deposited right here. It's going to be pretty good. This goes into the sieve loop that feeds the spawn. It's always nice to add water there. We'll eventually probably want to move out some of the fish and probably start pitcher pumping the pea water right there. Wouldn't be a bad idea. But right now, we're in a great positioning. If you guys are following along, playing along, you guys have some free time to kind of do what you want. Make some room upgrades, add some decorated rooms for the dupes if you really care for them. But for the most part, we are in great shape. So the only thing we're really worried about is food stability. We have way too much oxygen to really worry about it, and too much water to really care about it as well. The system has proven to be stable and running, so no issues there. The sweat corn is going to require pollination from the mimicas, which we have. They also require peat fertilizer, which we're generating with the lumps. So everything is being supplied. We're going to grab some more peat. We grab more dupes right now. I just don't know if we need these guys. I would want some build suppliers. Buff, but he's a mouth breather. I mean, we have oxygen. I'll take the P. Should be fine, should be fine. Now over here, we are using the cold biome and we're dumping the heat into it so that we don't have to deal with the heat at all. Right? Any heat the meta refinery is making is getting dumped into the biome and then re-chilling down. So let's do some... Oops. Let's do some build stuffs. Let's do some build stuffs. Just going to be digging out some of the biome because we eventually want to melt the brine down there, and then we're also doing this for the bleach stone, right? The bleach stone is going to be how we make the biodiesel, so we need to get that. Looking great though right now. I might want to start deodorizing because we did remove a lot of the polluted oxygen source. So deodorizing wouldn't be bad. Oh, we already have it up in most cases. I guess this just has a lot because of how it works. Deodorizers, O2 pumps at the bottom, that pump, that's still pumping and it's fine. So we're dumping out CO2 from the bottom, which is kind of nice. It's very low right now to the point where we're probably going to start pumping up the chlorine, which is not a bad thing. But it also means I could turn this off, right? We're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. There's even a fireball right there. Now the pea dirt is here. We probably still have a little more that we should move. We're no longer moving out the bleach stones. We're just going to copy this over. And you guys could see 41 tons of algae. Doing really good. 15 lum eggs, 36. No meat, but our peat's above 100 tons, so we're going to be good for a long time. Just going to let the dupes work on the toilets. We'll make the upgrades in, and we'll start planning out how we want to do the salt water. So, normal space gap. That's a normal 4 space gap, right? Aligns with the spawn. That makes sense. And now we have this geyser right there. We could just create space for now. So that we could have, man, 9 tons. 6, 7 per tile. That's a lot of hydrogen. I mean, it's probably okay to do it though. Hopefully a dupe doesn't stand on there and then fall into the salt water. It's not hot enough anymore for them to actually worry about this, but I do kind of want this to spawn some more water. Only problem is that I don't know if you really wanted to spawn more water. We're probably going to try to delete the CO2 tile. Yeah, all the gases down here got pushed together. Now they're big bubbles. I'll probably want to deal with that. So we are going to want to do an infinite pressure box for this. That just makes sense. But I'm thinking we might want it to go that way. That kind of works, but at the same time, not really. I probably wanted to go this way so that we could use the space really well. Now, the thing with that is we're going to want to use the desalinators, right? The problem is that this building generates a decent amount of heat because it's always running. Main reason is because it only processes half the pipeline. So you realistically need 2 desalinators to keep up with a full pipeline of salt water. So we're going to have to make a box to fit both of these. This is a 3x4. Okay. So we are going to use the top of the map to try to figure out something. Yep, that's exactly what we're going to be doing, Geek. Geek's been watching the streams. He knows the strats. We are going to store this salt water that spawns from it in an infinite pressure tank, much like this. But we're going to make it larger to house the desalinators inside. right? These buildings don't have a flood mechanic on it, meaning that it could be fully submerged, much like the Aqua Tuner. And because of that, we're going to want to keep it inside so that it's never going to go above 95 Celsius. Now, of course, that means we're going to have to use gold, which is fine. We have a lot of gold. But we are going to have to design a space for that. So, very easily, we know that this is within this tile space. So how much space is this? Goes down to there. 10 tiles of space. Okay. So we know we're gonna run 8 tiles long. Right? That's gonna be 2 desalinators. Right? Ideally, the pump's at the bottom somewhere. And then filling this up with salt water is going to be tough, right? But it is what it is. I feel like it should be okay. We could instead put a low amount of salt water and have door contact so that I don't have to worry about the salt water volume as much. And then we could do the design on the side, right? So if this was the geyser, we have that, so it spills in. It's 2x4. We have the tile set up. They're there. They're there. Spills in, and then we get the airflow set up. Now we could do this instead. And then run regular tiles right here. And then don't pressurize this room. Which would mean we would need a separate entrance. I think this might be better so we don't waste the salt water. Right? That makes a lot of sense, I think. We could also force this to be flipped. And then run the door here. And then we could run our tiles like that. We could also run a second door instead of airflow tiles. And then we could put it here instead. Of course, we would want to outline this for this to work well. We would need a lip tile at the very least. I guess it would look like that. And then we boxed it up. Very fair build. Put the pump inside, and then that means you have to have suits on the outside. Alright, so how tall is this? 10 tiles. So this does fit, but does it fit in the way we need it to? Because 10 tiles is here. Like that. And that wouldn't be bad. So from the neutronium, we have 6. Which is here. Dude, that's perfect height. This is the build. This is the build. This is the build, boys. This is it. Yep, this is it. So we're only doing this for heat transfer, so that the salt water contact at 95. And then we have this be salt water is here. That works. That works, that works. So we don't need a lot. We just need enough to have the desalinators soaked in it. And then the heat transfer is just going to go across the liquids like that. What we'll probably also do is run normal pipes. So there's heat transfer, right? That makes sense. We could also be super fancy and do something like this. Run it around. Because this doesn't have to be in a vacuum. Because we just drop lock it, right? I guess that works. We could think about the pipelines later. For this build though, from the geysers 4 tiles, this is 13. So 13 is here. Okay, we know where we have to get to. We probably do have to break into this biome, but it's already open, so I can't be really too mad about it. We just have to deal with the brine. We'll probably dig in and start grabbing that at some point. All right, speed this up. We know the plan, boys. Make the toilets. We will get the salt water set up. We're making Blashots. It's gonna be good. I might want to stop running on the wheels as often as we are, though. Look at this. This is getting warm. 20 degrees. Dig all that out. We got some Dartle babies down there. How much is that? 264. That's not a lot. And then we have some ice, right? How much ice do we have? 5 tons. See you later, geek. Hope you have a good one. I mean, I guess we're done with the meta refinery, so it's okay. We're just gonna be digging through, I guess. Let's cut the power here, so they don't even accidentally run on the wheel because of runoff. Should be fine. Gotta let them work. Gotta let them work. I think we do have a lot of jobs. Wait, we keep the figs here? No, we don't need that, man. I think we feed that to these guys. Yeah, they have something ready. Not like it does anything, though. Alright, this guy's elderly. We didn't move the Rex eggs yet. Okay, so construction 7. Those are going to be the more important things to do. I don't know why it's taking so long, to be honest. So nice. We could take it easy right now, boys. We could take it easy. We are very much ahead of all the deadlines. Doing really good. Calories is only going up. Pemmican and snack fruit. Make sure we're not eating that because it's unperishable food. We're not doing sweat corn anymore. Need to make sure they don't eat that. Same thing with the meat, I guess. Maybe also the jawbone fillets. Wait, what about raw pocket? We're not eating that either. The jawbone fillets are in. Nice. We need to make sure to not eat the brisket. That's one of the big things, man. We can probably mine that from the bottom. So this is gonna chill down slowly. I don't have to worry too much about this. It will naturally cool down just because of the bottom. Yep. Hello, what's going on, Nada? Welcome in. How are you? I see you over there, man. Hope you're having a good one. Free lime. I guess we could go to the second planet. We want to get toilets though, man, so we don't have to have off-gassing anymore. I'm good, how are you? I woke up in the middle of my REM cycle, so I'm mad tired despite being, like, supposedly well-rested. Like, I'm not well-rested, I'm mad tired. But given how long I slept, I should be okay. But it's one of those things, man. You wake up at the wrong time, it's a bad time. We could reach, right? Yeah, we could reach. They're just not doing anything here. Otherwise, though, the run's going great. That means anything. The run is going great so far. Everything is working well. Everything that we need to get done is being done. We got carnivore, Psycho 105, Spawn is up and healthy. We're gonna stop adding water just because we have way too much oxygen. And right now, man, Geyser is tapped. We're gonna tap another Geyser right now. We got the Rexes kind of going. We got feathers, but we got to deal with the eggs, which we will. And then we're getting toilets. Smokers are running. We need to make sure we deal with this so that we get ahead of it. Looks like this is getting kind of warm. I might want to deal with that. Let's bump this up. 800 divided by what number gives you less than 150? I might be able to just cancel that, run that instead, and go from the bottom. What number is that? $800 divided by what number gives you less than 150? It can't be 40. That gives you like 20 value. That's way too much. Oh, 50. Oh, I see what you're saying. I didn't hear me. I see you, Dezen. Hope you're having a good start to the week. I'm trying to fill up a power plant with CO2 so I could power a better Rex ranch on my own colony right now. Got any tips to fill it up faster? One of the most CO2 generating buildings in the game is the ethanol distiller. This building. It generates a lot of CO2. The only problem is that it will also drop out polluted dirt. So a lot of times you might want to give this its own room and then pump the CO2 out. Right? That seems to be the problem. No wood. Do you have oil? The next best thing is probably going to be the petroleum generator. The only problem with this is that you're going to need ethanol or petroleum or biodiesel. Now, the good thing about this is that it generates more than an ethanol distiller, but it's going to come at a price, right? You're going to have to burn the fuel. Because of how much power it generates, you're never going to run this for too long. But yeah, if you have oil, we can make petroleum, and then you can do petrojet. If you don't want to do that, and you want to get more CO2, you can make biodiesel. Okay, that works. You could feed the biodiesel into the petrojet. The only other thing you could, I mean, I guess there's peat. It's just not a lot of CO2, 40 grams per second. There is a meme strat. I wouldn't recommend it You could launch a CO2 rocket from the bottom of the map, and as it launches and flies up, you could put a lid on the top and then pump out all the CO2. I think it's positive if you do it from the bottom. So you added 100, right, to launch, or 30, because you're never going to travel that far. Yeah, you have to clear a lot of the map. That's a meme strat, man. It's something that theoretically works, but it's like, it's meme, dude. No one's realistically gonna like try to do that unless they're, you know, doing it for fun. But yeah, maybe you get lucky like I did and have bubbles of 8 kilograms of CO2 for no reason. 12 kgs, 8 kgs, 9 kgs, 7 kgs. I don't know why, but we do. CO2 geode? Oh, if you have one of those, you might get it in like the hundreds. 100 kilograms CO2. All right. Let's get the bins up and we'll get toilets finally, boys. Plumbing. We can't wait. But this is going to be clean water we're going to want to add in, which is fine, I guess. I don't want to grab it from the auto bottle. Oh no, we'll just mop it up from here. Perfect. So more than 5. Thank you, Dzen. We have 6 tiles right here. That'll be the play. So what we're going to do is we're going to let this spread out, and then we're going to mop it up, and then we'll have water, which we'll put right here. No auto bottle, so they don't pull it from the pitcher pump. We want it from the moppage. 6, so we're just going to move this out to there. And then that way this is mobbable. I'll probably want to do something here too, where we allow that to be mobbable. Oh, that got dug out, so we released the hydrogen. Not bad. That's why we have hydrogen out there. All right, new printables. Ooh, nutrient bars. Farming, tidying with bottomless stack. Man, we have a lot of lums. Okay, we're almost done with the egg setup. You see the door spawns in warm. That's one of the things that might like warm up the area. We ideally want this to be like very negative. Oh, custom portraits. What a travesty, man. You hate to see that kind of thing happen. Rex eggs. You hate to see it, man. You hate to see it. I used to run my Mamba emotes as paintings, but the mod failed. Gotta wait for the guy to update the mod, man. I feel you with that, Dzen. You gotta have the stock stuff for a while. We'll mop that up. Alright, since this isn't running anymore, we will turn this on. And then we will do the rad bolt research. Try to get a little bit right there. Alright, the bins are in. Good stuff. So the first one we'll do is one of these full toilets. We'll try to get one of these sinks with a lot of pee water. It's probably going to be this one. Toilet time, boys. Toilet time. Water in the pipes. Let's go. All right, bump that up to a 7. So we're going to be just upgrading our stuff right now. This is a lot of free time. You guys are free to do whatever you want in this game for a little while. Whether it's to make certain upgrades, pretty up the dupes' living area, getting some of the other room benefits. It's really up to you at this point because we're stable. We will still be progressing towards the Demolier objective, but that's kind of automatic. It's just a long task, right? Making 99, well, 100 Blashots. Make sure you guys are doing the Intracosmic one, right? Intracosmic for the Demolier. So you're gonna need 100 in total. In our case, we are, you know, halfway there. Did you see trailer for Away Team? I did. I did. It seems interesting, man. It seems interesting. The thing that I'm kind of scared of is the jank no grid. Because I saw those diagonal pipes. So I don't know, man. I want to see more. I want to see more. Oh, they didn't finish the toilet, dude. That's a little unfortunate. Everyone's trying to poop. Yeah, Oni, but you're the dupe. A lot of people think it's going to be like Terraria. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, we have to see. Right. These guys are problematic, so they have their own room. One of them requires a light, other one is a loud snore right outside of range. We'll probably want to try to get plastic in today's stream as well. Oh yeah, we probably want to get another ice temp shift plate here to deal with the heat that the peat burners and the smokers are making. This is a nice 19 degrees. Can't be mad. Ooh, this got built already at 30 degrees. Okay, okay. I wonder how similar it's going to be. Yeah, it's probably going to have Oni lore in it. But yeah, the gameplay is going to be what I'm the most curious about. How it plays. Alright, new day. Time to get the toilets in. Sync time. It'd be interesting if it goes through like the Oni lore that you have in this game. That'd be kind of cool. Like you play through the Oni story before it gets to this universe. I would be really curious to see if they go like you play as the original dupe. That way it's a predetermined character. I could see that happening. I think we're gonna get it in time. Given how it's a different type of game, I don't think it's gonna be like... I mean, I'm hoping, right? Because it's a different type of game, I'm hoping that it doesn't have that overlap in some of the developers. We'll have to see, though. Alright, so we have enough water, so this is good. We're just gonna let whatever water we have add in. Let the bottle empty out, and it looks like we're good. Rad bolts are good. Are we doing the research? We should be. We might be able to use it up before the next shot. I might want to turn that off too, though. More pea water. 16. I'm thinking he's going to be doing the research, right? What else is Timo doing? Oh, Timo's running the wheel. Timo, man, we need you to do research. Thank you, Timo. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, so we're no longer making metal, it's fine. We got that attempted to be cooled down. It's not bad. We'll mop it up. And we will want to start mining this out. So it's all salt water. It's fine. Toilets are effectively ready. We're just going to add some decorations to it. And then we need to start infinite tapping this. Bump that to a 7. We'll mop that up. Once we mop that up, I think we start digging down. Part of me wants to just have the salt water accumulate at the bottom while we build. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but this is active. So I'm a little bit worried that because it's active, there might be a little bit of an issue. We'll trim that. Still waiting for that to be mopped. We bopped the CO2. That was about like 12 kgs, 7 kgs. But right now our task is going to be making the setup for this. I'm thinking we do have our ladder right here, is what I'm thinking. Side ladder right here wouldn't be bad. Connect back down to there. Run across the top of right here. Dupes are sleeping. 86. Alright, so we're gonna overshoot. Oh yeah, we didn't even finish the research, so we'll have to click on this. Timo working hard though. He's trying to use up the rad bolt so we get the next shot in. He's trying to be efficient, man. He's cranking through the rad bolts though. Alright, we'll turn this off. We're not gonna finish the attack, but it's fine. We have no guarantee that's gonna finish fast. Cleaning. So right now we're going to be just tapping the saltwater geyser so that we could infinite pressure it. We have our design in place. We'll do the first half first, and then we'll allow the salt water to infinite spill, and then we'll add the second half. So this is going to be a rough design. We know how it's going to work. Okay, so salt water got taken care of. We'll have to mine that. Let's take care of this, and then we jump up top. Probably dig that out as well. Yeah, we have to do this incrementally. I guess we could start digging down. Just to create some space. But yeah, we need to dig this. I probably want a ladder here. And then once we dig that, we could dig this and jump up top from there. And then we'll probably want to dig that bleach stone as well. We need to take this a little bit at a time. Grab the bleach stone for the biodiesel. Nice. A little bit of an O2 problem, it's okay. Building melted new temp shift play to keep this area cool. Nice. Now I am kind of worried that, well, not the sweat corn, the overgrow might actually get too cold because it has to be at 25 positive. The lums are keeping the area warm, so it's kind of nice. All right, grab the bleach stone. We need to do that as well. He dug out that side pretty fast. All right, good stuff. We know this side's not going to be infinite pressure, so I think we just use a tile. Yeah. Jump up, jump down, 2 options. And then we know that the next tile is going to be here. Grabbing the bleach stone, water level goes down slightly. I don't think we're worried too much that this doesn't make hot salt water right now, for the reasoning that we're just, you know, it's better off for us to build while it's cool and not get burned. That's flooded, that's fine. That got hit by a meteor, that's fine. Oh, nice. All right, so this just doesn't have power. We could do something like this, just so that this wheel powers the suits for a while. We could also just keep making suits. Let's add 5 suits in, 10 fibers. Ooh, look at that, Rex eggs. I want to say they're doing all right then. We might have to evolve one of the lums though, at some point. All right, we're gonna bring this up to P7 so it gets done. 63. We're doing really nice. We are going to bop one of the batteries here, just so that we're not running as long as you know, it seems to be. It takes forever, man. We're just running all day. I need to bump this up to a 9 so this never gets jammed due to lack of sand. And then we're probably going to want to run overflow, where we have this. Oops. Mushrooms, we don't need that. Ranching, we don't need that. I guess I took the rust. Where we have the extra toilet water go into the spawn. That makes sense. It's always nice to just dump it into there. Running this to pump that. I don't think we need to do that right now that much. We have a lot of water for the most part. I mean, we'll let them just keep running that though, right? We will eventually, instead of running the wheel, just have it on that power line. Oh, was this filled up? It did. Let us keep pumping. So we're grabbing salt water from here. This was supposed to be a brine pump at some point. Ooh, tiles are in. Good stuff, Ren. Alright, so we're going to want to do these next. Probably grab as many of these tiles below as we can. Probably want to grab that tile. So given our design, yeah, it's double insulated. And then that lines up. Ooh, that's so nice. It lines up with the floor, man. That's smooth. That's really smooth. We'll also want to move the stuff to here. We need to make sure no one's ever idle. Well, that's not like, you know, you really need to have like that. Just to be a little bit more on the efficient side while playing this game. Just want to not have idle dudes, right? This H2 is about to sneak out. I can't tell if this is actually generating water. Looks like it is. Temperature is slightly going up. Got that toasty surroundings. Sean doing good. insulated tile, insulated tiles. And then we will do our design. So airflow on the corner. And then we will probably want to dig these two. We can't jump down, so it's fine. And then we'll put the airflows here. Once we get these, we'll build out this side. And I guess we'll do this one last. And then the big thing is we're going to have to drain the top half. I'm going to want to put the tiles in first so that when we drain, it's not that bad. What's going on, Andy? Welcome in. How are you, dude? What's good? What's good? How's the Mondays? New video format dropping today, boys. I did a Bionic playthrough a few days ago, and they require a lot of power, do they? Yeah, that's one of the things I realized while playing Bionics. You kind of have to devote one of your dupes to always making batteries. Like, you really do. And if you don't pay attention to that, you run out of power, and it's like bad news, right? Solonauts, who is videoing your format? Mamba. It's Mamba. Dude, yeah, you can't run eco batteries, man. It's insane. Eco batteries require power plant. Like the room bonus. Like, you really need to have that running. If you don't, it's so draining. Because each eco battery is a rad bolt generator in terms of constant power draw. It's pretty impressive how much power you actually pull, right? But in a speedrun format, you know, it's only like, what, 50 cycles? You know, just tough it out, make batteries for 50 cycles. They need to give Bionics a solar implant to reduce the power draw that they have when in sunlight. Like, it's never going to completely balance it out. You're just, like, making it not as much. That'd be cool. Yeah, dude, the Bionic dupes are really good for a lot of tasks because of the built-in suit stuff. Like, it's really nice. Oh, did we get pressure damage? Okay. We got pressure damage, it looks like. My tiles all broke right here. We had a tile here, 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 and here. I didn't even realize what happened because I was chatting it up with you guys. Don't even know what's going on. But yeah, we have a new video format releasing tonight in about 10 hours when the video comes out tonight. So if you guys could, man, check it out. Let me know how we could improve it. I think this is going to be a good format because this is actually going to be a format that I've seen other streamers do, and it's people that I enjoy their streams of. So, you know, it's kind of a copy, not really. It's more so how it's edited, and it feels like the vibes of the streams are similar so that I could pull it off. But yeah, that's going to be hopefully something good. Hopefully I'm not like hyping it up too much. You know, and then it's like, you know, dude, the video was pretty mid. People are like, man, I thought it was going to be the best thing since sliced bread, and get me a mid video that's barely like a Jolly Rancher. Right now, though, if you guys are just tuned in, we are going to be... Oh, it's not metal right there. Mech door. We are going to be trying to do a saltwater geyser tamer, and we're going to have a saltwater add-on so that we could have a good setup, as the kids say. Gotta have the good setup, fam. Outside of that, carnivore is finished, spawn is done, food is going up because we have the smoker building and it's really strong. We have 3 tons of metal and 69 blast shots. Nice. So we are very much on pace for Demolier. I might want to get more metal just because we're making blast shots, right? And it's 50 per. If we make 30 times 50, what is that? 1.5 tons. Okay, we have double that, so we should be okay. Looks like adding the tiles kind of bop the water pressure. We're gonna have to sweep this at some point as well. Get the door though, and then we're gonna want to lock this. Eye irritants, it'd be like that sometimes. We'll just have to tough this out. We're not getting burned, just a little toasty. It is getting to 69 though. They might start taking damage. In which case, I kind of have to add ice if that happens. Now, we do have hydrogen here. Oh, and chlorine. Okay, so I'm going to try to pull this off if I can. There is no power nearby. Okay. We'll do a quick and dirty setup. Yeah, we're going to be using a door for heat transfer. So this is going to be the final build. So this is the geyser, the 2x4. We're going to have that infinite spill to the bottom. Airflow, airflow. That's how we climb down. And then we put the door right here. This side, that side, with the infinite amount of salt water. Now, the idea is that the doors do heat transfer to this room. And then in this room, we will have the desalinators generating heat. And we're going to add a layer of water there. The idea is, though, the heat they generate, it's going to get dumped back onto the salt water. And then there's going to be, like, no problems. So the salt water getting added in with more 95C salt water is just going to maintain the temperature. And then we just do a drop lock here. And we have suits. Now, the reason why I wanted to do it like this is because normally I have the desalinator inside the room with the infinite water. But that makes the room super large. And then if you run out of salt water, the desalinators lack a coolant. So this just feels better as I don't waste that much salt water because I don't have to fill up the room. We just have a little bit on the floor. And then via contact, we have the heat transfer cooling, right? It's weird to call 95C salt water cooling, but that's effectively what it is. We got toilets, boys. Let's change the color. Let's get a red-green setup. Like it's Christmas. Oh, I got no sink blueprints? Oh, what a travesty. Ooh, I got this, though. Smooth rock. We got the Dino Crusher. Let's go. Blue bin. No reservoirs. No emulsifiers. Okay. No batteries. I guess we could get the rock wheels. I will change this sub to the stone. And then we'll change this sub to the wood. And then we have all 3. Not bad. Suit forge. Oh, no power. We're at 79, no research. Okay, that's fine. We just grabbed, I think it's, yeah, Spacefarer. We are good on tech right now for what we need to do. So we're going to be getting ahead on more technology. We will need this great monument. So we could do that right now. In terms of other tech we might need later on. Oh, we will grab this. Because we're going to need rover and the... Well, no, it's just the rover. I don't need Robo Miner or the autopilot. And then we'll grab steam engine afterwards. What will be the medium that will transfer the temp from the desalinator and the door? Salt water. So the building is going to be sitting on salt water. And then this is regular tile. So there's heat transfer on regular tiles. So it's effectively going to be like this. The peat's going to be sitting in the water, right? That they push out. It's going to be exactly the same thing as this. The desalinators are going to be sitting in the salt water. But the salt water they sit in is never going to actually do anything. Like, it's not getting pumped out, it's just sitting there. Infinite pressure, kind of. Alright, gotta get the door there. And then we need to start spilling the water on the side. We didn't grab the chlorine. That's very unfortunate. We didn't grab the chlorine. What are the chances? All right, so we are going to run a canister filler. And we'll just do it like that. Oh, so the salt water is just a buffer keeping the temp fixed at whatever temp it is? Yep, in our case, it's 95. Well, 95 because of the salt water geyser, right? So it's going to be made out of gold, so the overheat's going to be at 125. But yeah, we were just maintaining the temp. And since the geyser adds water all the time, it's going to basically keep buffering or bring the temperature down. I guess I will also need this. Let's cut this line. Let's run that this way. We're waiting for this chlorine to hop over, man. That's what we want. Let's get the vent line here as well. You got it, Bubbles. Come on. You're taking so long to build. Solo Nods, hope you're having a good Mondays. Research is done. We'll grab steam engine. Oxygen is fine. Trying to grab the chlorine, dude. Come on, dude. In the case that we don't get the chlorine, this sucks that I'm pumping out oxygen. I think I just wait for this to move over while we build everything else. Oh. Wait. Is this actually breaking due to pressure? That realistically shouldn't be happening. This is not that hot. I mean, I guess it's kind of hot. We know we're going to want these tiles there. We'll do that so we can dig through. Come on, man. You just got to move it over one time. Oh, we have chlorine here. Dude, that's a lot better. Okay, so we are probably just going to be done with this. We're not going to need power here then. Let's bop this, bop the battery. And then we're going to run canister drain. I forgot we had chlorine in bottled form. Ha. Alright, still pumping out CO2 and the chlorines. That means we don't need this extra stuff. We just got to get the stuff at the bottom. And then we got to grab a pipeline like that. We're going to bop the bridge. There is CO2 on that tile. This is locked, as it should be. I think my dupes are sleeping, right? Yep. $79. Powers are full. I'm gonna be working on this. Oh, my speakers died. I missed the explanation. We're gonna be using the doors for heat transfer. right? Airflow tiles don't really have heat transfer unless it's in contact with something solid. The water doesn't actually make contact with the airflow tiles, so I have to use something else. In our case, it's going to be the doors. And doors are made out of metal, so it's going to be pretty good. Right? Because we're going to be running regular tiles here. And then that means there's heat transfer in the regular tiles. And then we're going to put salt water on top of the regular tiles. Then we'll have the desalinators partially submerged, right? Just the bottom layer. And then that's going to soak up all of the heat that the building generates. And then with that, we should be able to just, you know, do the thing. All right, now we get that. This is pretty high pressure though, so I'm hoping there's no pressure damage. And then before we have this work, we're gonna have to start digging, I think it's here. So that the water could start spilling out. And then we could start doing infinite pressure right here. Now the thing is that it's probably not enough space to spill out all the water. So we'll probably want to dig that out. It's probably also going to make sense to start digging down below. Oh, I also probably need to release this tile so that I could drain off that side. Let's dig that. We're going to need a ladder here and dig this. We're going to have to go down and up. We probably are also better off digging these tiles up and over so that the hydrogen could leave, and then that could fill up with salt water as well. We could dig these tiles now. This is just creating space so that the salt water goes down on the side. Same thing on that tile. And then we just need this level to empty out. After we get that done, let's do that and chlorine, priority 9. So the bottle should be on the ground already for that to grab. So we need to drain out these 2 tiles of salt water so that we could make the infinite pressure build. That's going to be what we need to do at the moment. So we are going to want to dig this setup at the bottom. Only thing now is that this is going to be generating hot water, which kind of sucks. But we need to get it, boys. We need to get it. Dig out the tiles, build this going down. And then we could start digging out stuff like the sand right there. Digging out these tiles. Dig all of that out if we can. We just realistically need to create a little bit of space. We need to drain the waters. Oh, dripping that salt water. Okay. More space to spill into. Nice. All right, more space to spill into on this side. Chlorine's there now, of course. And of course there's bleach down. Come on, man. We just need to drain this side and dig out these tiles. It is kind of a struggle, though. 71, that's hot enough to do damage. This is getting up to 69. Kinda scary. We could just drain the salt water into here and ruin these guys' day. I don't think we do that, though. That feels a little mean. But we really need to get this digging done. Bump this up to a 7. So we could dig that. I might dig this just to release the gas. We could keep digging down here. I don't think that matters right now. I think this is going to be the more important setup. Oh, it's spilling. And then that spilled over, which is fine. I guess we could also dig this. Y'all got it, man. Y'all got it. Just gotta keep on digging. We need the water level to drop. It's dropping. It's dropping. Let's take some time. Almost there, almost there. It's really this layer we gotta do. And once we do it, we're gonna be like great position. Jean might get stuck. Alright, don't suffocate. Oh my god. Not like this. Not like this. What material is this? Sedimentary rock. Can you build this, buddy? He did. He flinched. You got it, Edwin. Don't do this to me. Get out of there. Oh, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. It's fake suffocation. We saved her already. We saved her. We saved her. Alright, let's dig that. Let's dig out all the sand. Let's dig out the salt right there. Free the hydrogen. We could dig all this out. Are we good? Let the water spill? Please? Let the water spill out. Oh my god, okay. This tile. And then build that tile. We gotta do the thing, boys. Random CO2 in the airflow for no reason. There we go. Alright, now we gotta build this so that the gases get trapped. We have the gases on the way. We just need it built now. I know it's hot, but dude, we gotta do it. Please, before you guys go to sleep for the day. I'm this mini Twitch, welcome in. Alright, step 1 is good. Step 2 is good. Alright, we got enough chlorine. And then bam. Alright, so that's an unbreathable gas lock. The logic of that is simple. The gas is there. Is unbreathable, so they won't break. And now we have salt water. Nice. Alright, so this is here. We now just need to move all the salt water back inside. But we effectively have the build. Just gotta clean up some stuff. Hopefully no one's burning. Move out the goods. All right. Not bad, not bad. So the pressure inside doesn't matter. The vacuum inside probably doesn't matter as well. Didn't get the pump in. We'll likely run the power via conductive. I think we have to. And then we'll run this on a purple wire. So we're gonna run that like that. For the water pipe, I did want to do a very meme setup by running the pipe to the bottom door, for entomb effect. I think we do that. Like that. Or we could also do a super meme one like this. And then I think I do want to have gold temp shift plate here for the memes. It's better if I have refined metal, but I think a regular temp shift plate's not bad. Now the thing is that it's going to be hot. Someone might get burned. Oh, he got burned. Yep, classic. Do we have triage? We're gonna need some triage, boys. Take some damage right now while this erupts. I should wait. I really should wait. Oh, alright, cancel analysis for now, Timo. We'll wait, we have time. Building out the pipes and stuff, not bad. My man Ren needs to go in the hospital bed. Let's mop up the water there so we don't get any weird debuffs. Letting them build though, they're handling their business. Get rid of the sand. We know it's gonna be insulator right there. Good sweep, John. You're doing good jobs. Can't be mad, can't be mad. Add a rad bolt, so we'll turn that on again. So yeah, right now if you guys are just tuning in, Carnivore is good, the spawn is complete. The infinite polluted water geyser is already set up. If we want more pea water, we have it down here. And right now we're just trying to get another source of water while we're making the Intracosmic Blashots so that we could shoot down Demolier. We have a lot of time. So it's basically free time right now for you to do whatever it is you want to do. Whether it's to make decorations for the rooms. Oshkon's getting cooked. My man, he is hurt. Man, we might need more beds. Oh, Dr. Jean. Hitting him with a cold compress. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, though. Oh, you got popped eardrums? Okay, my dupes are going to be mad stressed. Dude, everyone is hurt. Guys, salt water is mad scary. Timo's in. You're our researcher. That's probably why you're not getting hurt. If you're playing it smart, staying at home. Alright, man. Everyone's hurt. Oshkon needs a bed. Xandroff needs a bed. Playing it smart, man. He's got his onesie on, chilling at home in his PJs. He's researching something called steam engines. It's very legit, very legit. Where's Timo at? Oh, he's just running on the wheel. My bad. He's trying to get his steps in for the day. You know how it is. Just trying to get your steps in. Alright, Ren, you free, man. We're gonna give this to Layra instead. Cyberdyne, we'll give this to... How are the other dudes? We'll give this to Jean. Immediately goes back to get hurt. I mean, at least he got out. I should do my stretches. Dude, I've said that so many times. I'm gonna start stretching today. And get a more limber body. And I never do it. I need to start, man. I really should start. Okay, so this side we are doing pretty good. Let's start digging that down. We could probably start releasing some salt water from this side. I think what we might do, though, that makes a lot of sense, is start just pitcher pumping it in. I just sleep funny. You know what, man? I didn't know this, but you could sleep in a bad position and it like ruins your next couple days. So like if you bend your arm or leg or body or neck in a weird way and fall asleep like that, and a lot of times people say it happens when you're drunk, dude, you get wrecked, man. you get wrecked. You really do. I remember one time I bent my arm weird and I fell asleep like that. When I woke up, man, I couldn't feel my entire arm. Like it was numb. Feels old, man. Dude, doesn't even matter if you're old or not. It's literally because it's like certain positions pinch a nerve, certain positions stop blood flow. And it's like there's nothing being young could save you, you know? Like that's just, you know, bad times. I've actually started sleeping with my like body completely flat as much as I can. Like arms fully extended, you know, no bent knees, stuff like that. Sleeping on my back. Been trying, man, been trying. We probably do want to do that for more space. If I could dig that out for the same reasoning. Yeah, man. Under the wraps, too. The only thing is that I have Mamba sleeping on my belly. Dulal, welcome in. That's actually a problem, though. Mamba sleeping on my belly. It's the worst problem to have. It's so funny. Because it's Mamba, man. Ooh, that works out. Okay. So that means we take this setup. And then we will temporarily put mesh tiles there. There we go. And that's going to be saltwater dump. Oh, snap. Cthulhu's going to be like, hey, Too Legit's going to start his PoE ladder season. I'm going to stop it before it even starts. And he's going to end stream, boys. He's playing PoE 2? Nah, not today. It'd be like that sometimes. What's good, Cthulhu? I see you over there, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Mondays. We're going to be setting this up to dump salt water. I'll probably have to, like, pitcher pump bottle it or something. Maya needs triage. Why not bottle drainers? That costs refined metal. So I didn't want to spend the metal. I'm going to use minerals. Timo is always feeding Mamba, man. Buying dupes. Feeding Mamba and buying the dupes. Can't be mad about that. I was at school when Pumped Up Kicks came on YouTube autoplay. I had to skip that one real. Do the kids even know about that song, man? I don't think the kids know about that song. Dude, Mr. Rusty, you're at 1 million? No way. Dude, I don't think the kids know about that song. All the other kids with their pumped up kicks. Faster than a bullet. Yeah, man. There's no way the kids know about that. Oh, that song's about that? I didn't know that, though. It is kind of in that beat, yeah. I never made that connection though, man. Holy crap. I never made that connection with the song. You know what? I've never looked at the lyrics, man, of that song at the same time. Kubai, see you over there. People of chat, hope you guys are having a good start to the week. It is Monday, my dudes. So hope you guys are having a good one, man. Oh, it's talking about the jocks and athletes. I see you over there. I see you over there. Of course, people of chat, any questions you guys may have, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to help. Right now, we are trying to shoot down Demolier. Doing all right, though. Oh, I had pumps. I had those. I had the Nike Shocks. And I will say, there was a couple of instances where it actually helped me out. There was a day where I was playing basketball with the homies. And actually, I jumped up, landed at the right time. And I landed on my heels. But that's where the shocks are, for the Nike Shocks. And I felt it bend down and then push me back up. And I felt like I jumped higher. I don't know if I actually did, though. Because, you know, you're a kid. You don't think about that stuff too much. Or actually, like, measure, so to speak. But yeah, I felt something like that. I was like, oh wow, the shocks, man, doing the work, helping me get the extra couple inches of vertical. It seemed pretty legit. They still have the light up shoes, dude. The Heelys, man. I never had Heelys, but dude, man, there was a YouTube video where there was a guy at the airport. He's like, the best investment I ever made as someone who traveled at the airport a lot were getting Heelys. And he said that he would just drag his luggage and ride the Heelys through the airport, and it made his life so much better. He was talking about that, man. I was like, he's like, yep. You really do be like that sometimes, son. They have rideable luggage. What? What does that even mean? It's like a go-kart, but it's your luggage bag. Wow. That's kind of impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Motorized bags. That's kind of impressive, man. Wait, so how does that pass TSA? Wait, hold up, man. I feel like that's immediately something TSA would be like, yeah, no, that's not happening, son. You got some electronics built into your luggage. Some are like scooters. I could see that. That does sound cool, though, man. That does sound cool. Man, yeah, because they have to have like something like an engine, right? It's getting scanned. There might be extra scrutiny. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Extra scrutiny. Google rideable luggage. Okay, we'll have to check that out someday. Oh, that fall down. Come on, Edwin. You gotta stop that. He got the breathing. He got the breathing. Oxygen is included. Don't have to worry too much. Alright, so we need to finish the digging. And I think we just wait for him to pump up the salt water. Wouldn't be a bad thing. Alright, infinite pressure salt water is almost done. We're gonna get some desalinators and suits. There are some airports where you need something like that, like Chicago or Denver. Ah, that's kind of wild. I've only ever really been at like LAX, so I can't really say I have extensive knowledge of that stuff. Oh, they don't have the flat escalators. Is that what you're talking about? It's like an escalator, but it's flat, and you move horizontally instead of vertically. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. I never really thought about using those conveyors. Like, I see it sometimes. I'm just kind of like, can't you just walk? Maybe that's just me, man. Add autumn in Europe. Airport, higher limit of liquids. Oh, wow. Why? What's the reasoning for that? You could walk on it, you go faster. Yeah, but then the person in front of you is standing still, and you're kind of just like, okay, I'm standing then. You've had people high-five me because I was wearing a Seahawks jersey. It'd be like that sometimes, the guys. You got the fans. Hell yeah, brother. Seahawks. I probably do that. Stand right, walk left. I thought it was single lane. I thought that was single lane, man. Is that not single lane? Usually wide for two. Yeah, but don't people stand with their luggage? So it's like they take up the whole lane. Some people are sociopaths. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Alright, dug out the stuff. Alright, pull the salt water. Just gotta dump it back in. There are always ways to deal with them. I see you guys over there. I see you guys over there. Alright, we're gonna need this to get down to the pumps, but it's pretty good so far. We already have a storage, so maybe we start sweeping. Maybe not the oxygen, though. We build a Salt Lake City over here, basically. We're going to be converting this to just Lake City, though. We're going to remove the salt. I see other Bobcha. I can't recall, but I went to an airport. Pictures of AI people sitting at the airport all over. It was creepy. I thought to myself, this was already what I'm looking at. Why would I put fake ones over there? Yeah, that's a real thing. The logic is, oh man, if it seems full, more people are gonna want to shop here, but then they don't understand they're an airport, you know? Like, if it's full, it's like, oh man, I don't want to come back. Dude, I saw what I thought was an AI image, and it was a dude cooking benihana, but he pours and cracks the egg over his own hand. And I was like, this is AI, huh? It was the weirdest picture, man. The guy at the benihana grill, he's pouring the ingredients over his own hand. And he's smiling. It's like, yo, man, this is AI imagery. Be like that sometimes. Alright, we might be better off with moving the pumps to here. And then we could start building this space out as we want it to. We're gonna get that in. It's gonna be a 3x. And then at the same time, we're gonna want that. So we'll do it like this. Because we need to keep the area within itself from interacting with the outside. Yeah. We're probably gonna run the insulated tiles here later on. Dude, AI imagery has been like one of those things, man. It's weird. They come up with the weirdest, creepiest looking stuff sometimes. So cursed. Food decay, that's fine. Dude, 200,000 kcows. Toilets are getting water, not too worried. This is off, which is good. I guess we could turn it back on for a little bit more rad bolt. 30 degrees, that's off. 28. I'm okay with this being warm, because I kind of need to keep the plants warm on this side. Alright, so the magic value is 13, so we want to stop right there, and then do the insulated tiles like that. New printables. Flatulence, that sucks. Pure rancher, I don't need that. I guess we... Wait, hold up. Can the dinos eat the brisket? Can they eat brisket? They only eat critters or raw meat, huh? That sucks. So I can't cook it for them. Okay. I was gonna get them the brisket, but I guess not. Alright, so infinite pressure is done. We are moving salt water inside. I'm also thinking this is not a bad idea. Just all the bottle emptiers, and then put a lip on it so that all the salt water is just spilling in. And then we need to drain the lake so that we could fill the design here. We're also going to probably want to cap this at some point. Do a proper setup. I guess we'll build it now. Because we know it's going to be something like that. And then we move it, get it in, get it done. Should be good, should be good. Why not pump it out? I could, I just don't have, like, power anywhere. We would have to just make a wheel setup for it. I guess we could. We're committed, boys. We're just gonna bottle drain it with the bottle emptiers. But you're right, I probably could just pitcher pump it. I mean, put a pump in the salt water. I think we trimmed this layer out for walkability. Grab the saltwater, boys. The power of dupe labor. It's cooling back down, so we no longer take damage standing in it. Nice. Get the tile there as we should. And then we're gonna run the tile layer right there. So that means we do here, 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 and put insulated there. And then the items fall through, which is kind of nice. This is gonna be probably the drop of oil that we got from here. We have oil somewhere, I just don't know where they put it. Maybe it's right there, all 90 kgs. Nice. Right, this is gonna be normal tiles, and then we need... How much do we need here? We need 4, 8. How much did I actually use for that? Oh, I had the liquid lock, that's why. Okay, that makes sense. So this is 5 plus 8 plus lip. No, lip's built in. So isn't that 13? How am I getting 14? So here to here is 14. How? Oh, because of this tie. I guess I didn't need to share the lip, but I guess we'll keep it on there. Should be fine. All the pitcher pumps, all the stuff. No more rock crushing. I guess we could make lime, but we're okay with that. Let's turn this off. Low on a little bit of peat. 105 tons. Algae is super healthy though at 42. Regular tile here, I could still go down. Oh, that's gonna heat transfer though. Yeah, we probably don't want that then. Research is done. Nice. We pretty much have everything we need. So at this point, I think we're just gonna be grabbing stuff for like Great Monument. So stuff like window tile wouldn't be bad. This is low priority. Let's bump this up to a 7. Okay, CO2. This, I guess we're generating a lot of CO2 from the peat burners, I assume. Not bad, not bad. I guess because of how the tiles were, we're fine with the ladders. Which means we could build this out for a little bit more run speed. Oh yeah, they could pull salt water from here. I forgot about that. I guess that allows us to pick up all the salt water from the rest of the map, because we do want to kind of just put it here. A lot of the other stuff is brine though, so I'm not too worried about that. Alright, good stuff. Pitcher pumping. Yeah, right now it's kind of slow taking care of business. It's all good though. Slow times, slow times. Man, after the first 100 cycles, it really does slow down a lot. Like, there's no real rush for anything right now. We're really just able to kind of coast from this point. What's going on, Philosopher at Large? Welcome in. How are you? How are you? How's the days? Because it is Mondays, my dude. Hope you're having a good Mondays, man. I guess we could put this tile and then try to mop up the liquid right there. That cloud of CO2 is boxed in, man. Feels bad. All right, 85. We are almost at 100. I think we have enough ammo. It's just we're gonna wait until the meteor gets closer so that we get a nice spread right here. One of these, you know, 4 tile setups. So you get 3 tiles in total, but it's kind of random. They're just gonna be next to each other based off of where you shoot down the meteor. So, you know, we're gonna want it as close as possible, man. Save on a little bit of rocket fuel. Doing all right, doing all right. Another dump because it's pumping hard. 200 grams at a time. So there's a little bit of a gas flow thing, huh? Let's dig that out to help it out with the gas flow. And of course, people of chat, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. Those of you guys trying to follow along with the guided playthrough, this is the saltwater geyser tap. While it's already infinite storage, right now we're trying to make a joint room that utilizes the temperature of the saltwater to cool down the desalinators from overheating. That way we could have the desalinators in a temperature controlled environment, doesn't heat up the map, and at the same time we don't have to worry about it, right? The cooling comes from the geyser itself, from the 95C salt water. So we're gonna be, this is all the salt water that drained out, we're just dumping it back in. While we do that, we're making our Blashots. We're almost done. And we are getting ready suits for up top. I forgot to deliver suits here. We are getting our suits from the Rexes right here. It's working pretty well. We're going to be feeding them tough meat anytime we can. From the lums, of course. And then that's going to be how they generate scales. I recently started playing Oni again. I quickly realized how much I stink at this game again. Don't worry, man. Don't think about that, Philosopher. Just believe in yourself. You just gotta believe. And what I mean when I say that is that, yo, man, Oni's 100% a game where if you don't play it in a while, you're gonna forget a minor step. And that in and of itself could be like pivotal to your success. So don't think about it, man. It happens. But since I play this game a lot, I make it look easy, right? Alright, let's get rid of this one. But hey, Philosopher, got any questions? Feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. Our current VOD series is going to be a guided playthrough where I explain everything that we're doing. That way, if you're running into problems while playing the game, you could follow along and we conquer Relica together. So in the first 100 cycles, we got our spawn up, we got carnivore done, and now we're living off of sweat corn and transitioning to getting Demolier shot down. Since we're ahead, right now is kind of like a free time where you're kind of free to do whatever you want. A lot of time, this is going to be a good time to start reorganizing your base. We upgraded our toilets, or upgraded to plumb toilets. Oh, my smoker is maxed out. There we go. Little tips and tricks like using a canister filler for the smoker so that it's laborless emptying and it's automatic. Well, not automatic in the sense that it automatically empties. You're gonna have to slide this yourself. But it's pretty nice to have this early game. Don't have to think about the CO2 getting dumped or anything. Don't have to waste power. Really nice. We already got enough metal. We melted this biome with brine water with the metal refinery. So we pump up the cold brine and dump it back out so it chill back down with the biome. That's basically what we did. Dominated the polluted water vent right here. Got it infinite tapped. We have more pea water. And right now our spawn is chilling. Spawn is chilling. And right now we're getting close to wrapping up this design. Get to move out the salt water, get our desalinators in here, and then afterwards we have time. We're actually not gonna shoot down Demolier today. We might start, but we don't want to actually shoot it down because it's a little bit far. I kind of want it closer for the resources. If I do plan on using it, I'm not sure if I do yet though. But of course, Philosopher, if you run into some problems, some things you don't remember having happen the way it does, let me know. We got you, man. All right, let's get that in. It's doing all right. Speed this up. I'm gonna let the dupes work for a while, guys. I am gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. This might be a good time to stretch, get some water, get some tea, get a refill of coffee. But I'll be right back, you guys. All right. We're back. This is a very short pee break. Hope you guys stretched. Should be good, should be good. Okay, they're getting work still. Alright, we're gonna get ready to remove this. We'll start building our desalinators made out of gold. And then we're gonna have to cap this with insulated tiles to keep the heat in. Problem is that if it's above 69 or you know, active, it's gonna release the nice heat. Very nice, right? It's not that nice. Supply operator. I'll take this. Operate supply store. Nice setup. Let's get those tiles in. Get my saltwater boys. Y'all got it. Alright, so we are going to do gold desalinator. We're going to have it face the same way. And then we're going to run the water like this. We're not going to go around. And then we're going to have the water combine up top. Straightforward setup. We're going to run this wired through with the other two, which is why we have it refined. Which is fine. We could get more metal if we really need to. Get that ready, and then we want the tile there, which means this is insulated, and we have to change that tile, this tile. This never has a tile because of how that works. Okay. I see the base is not contained, in that the gases is not separated. Dupes don't use suits. Is that something to worry about? That's a play style. That's going to be something, if you want to do the closed base setup, you could. However, I would actually go out of my way and say that's better for a classic sized asteroid. So this is spaced out size, but it is Relica, so it's pretty large, right? But that closed box, insulated box setup that you were talking about, Philosopher, I used to do that a lot. And it's not that it's bad, it's more so that it's meant for the larger starting asteroid that you had in the base game, right? You could very clearly notice why that's going to be better in a base game format. You have larger biomes, which means that you could maintain your initial biome temperature a lot easier because it's going to be a lot larger, right? But because it's spaced out, all the biomes are basically like pushed together. So that means that, you know, your cold biomes and your warm biomes are going to be easier to kind of like have next to each other. Versus the classic size, your cold biome might be off in a corner, and then you have like some hot biomes in between. And it's like you can't reach the cold without breaking open the hot. And then that means you might warm up the base. But the classic size, you also have larger starting biome, which is the nice lukewarm temperature. And it makes sense to kind of maintain that with insulated tiles. With spaced out start, the starter area is a lot smaller. Now, you could still play that way if you want to. It's just that because of the size, you don't really have a need to do that, right? Like if you do a box, it's going to be more than 50% of the width of your entire planet. At that point, it's kind of like, do I really need to do that? Oh, I see. So, yeah. If it's oxygen, you really just need to get a spawn and find a water geyser. So it might be just exploration might be your downside. Right? And it's not that you're doing anything wrong. Maybe you are, but to me, it might be more so like you're not getting the right resources in time, or you're not doing like prep work, so to speak. But I think if you have the designs, the ideas, and then you find the right geysers, it should be good. What settings are you playing on, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? Heat issue is a lot easier once you get ice. And if you have a cold biome immediately there, you could kind of use it. And then I think it might also be building things that aren't necessarily needed but are nice to have. That might be one of the things you might be doing. And then that in and of itself causes heat or power issues, which in turn just becomes more heat. And then if it releases a gas from the generator, that might mess with your oxygen. For the most part, though, you see that we have 44 tons of algae. We're sitting pretty. Even with the spawn, like even if I didn't have this, I would still have a lot of algae oxygen. So it's really not that bad. I have settings with everything as low as possible. Exploration, infrequently only find volcanoes, which is what killed the last colony. Oh, that sounds like planet settings on the random might be a little bit unforgiving. Like I got magma channels, right? But I got lucky because my magma channels was basically with the magma. So it ended up not really doing anything to me. Right? Because like my entire map, the magma's down here where it should be. So it's like I got lucky with that. Maybe it's the luck of the draw, man. You know what, Philosopher? I would highly recommend checking out the VOD for this. It's only on Twitch right now. It's gonna come out, I think, on Thursday. The episode 1 of this, not episode 1, I'm sorry. The very first starting VOD of this playthrough. You could see how I do it, play along if you want to, and it kind of guides you to the same level of what we have. I need to also put the seed in that. That's actually what I should do. Put the seed in. That way people could just take my seed and play along. Do you have all the DLCs? Because this does require the new Prehistoric Planet Pack, and then you said that you haven't played in a while. So I don't know if you picked up all the DLCs that's released. In the last year, there have been 3 minor DLCs. So I'm not sure if you have all of them, if you're missing some. We are playing on the more recent one, Prehistoric Planet Pack, right now. This is the specific planetoid that got released with that Planet Pack. But yeah, if there's any specific questions, dude, let me know, man. I'll help you out, guide you to success. Whatever it is you want to learn, think you need to learn, think you don't understand, we'll try to do our best to clear it up. Just spaced out. Ah, gotcha. I see, I see. Spaced out. Are you doing Terra start? The leftmost planet start? Or is there a specific one that's bopping you? We're gonna want to add some salt water here, of course. I'll try to get a decent amount. I have never come near rockets or explorations. You have never built a rocketry, got to that point. I don't know about explorations though, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Or are you talking about riding a rocket in space? I'm not gonna lie, man, there's a lot of people that haven't done that, and it's more so that they don't really want to, not that they can't, they just don't want to play the mechanic. I know there's a good subset of people that are like that. It's nobody's fault, of course, that happens. That's just a preference thing, though. But if you do want to get to rocketry and learn how to do that stuff, man, I got you, man. $100 kgs is not bad. How wide is this? 8? It's what, 4 bottles? We're actually good. 100 kgs per tile. Alright. Cap that. Remove this. $85. Are we missing stuff? Biodiesel. Oh, I need bleach stone. Okay. We have a little bit in here, so we should be fine. We could also keep going down here for some bleach stone. I should try to remove the oxygen from here, though, realistically. It just kind of sucks. Like, I don't know how I would be able to pump it up without, like, creating more heat in the area by building a pump. For now, though, it's doing all right. I was going to ask why not put a pump in there and realize you're dropping off more than what a pump would deliver, and you would have to have quite a few pumps. Yeah. Like, because we're not really doing anything else right now, we have a lot of labor. I also don't have centralized power because if my rad bolt generators are kind of staggering every now and then, my peat burners aren't handling it, right? So realistically, I was like, yeah, I'll just use the bottle emptiers. They move 200 at a time, and we have multiple pumps, so it's not bad. Though it's like, why not have both? I could see that. Have someone run the wheel and just pump from the bottom. Wouldn't be a bad thing. Ghost Rider, though, I see you over there. How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. Philosopher, coming in. With the tier 1. Thanks so much, Philosopher. I see you over there. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emotes only those ad reviewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge, but thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. Doing well. Good to hear, man. I should probably do something with this because we're gonna need water here eventually. Though I will say that I probably just want to start digging up the space. Hey, Ghost Rider, this was hidden from me as well. Coming in with the 41 months. Ghost Rider is not messing around with that, man. Thank you so much, Mr. Ghost Rider, for the long time support. 41 months, man. 3 years and a half, almost. Thank you for the long time support. If you guys don't know Ghost Rider, this guy has not seen any of the Marvel movies. He only reads the comics. He is a Ghost Rider fanboy, though, I will say. Books are the best. Only way to do it, man. It's been a long ride, my friend. Dude, I'm happy you're still here. Happy we're still going. Happy for a lot of things, man. Gotta be happy, man. Gotta appreciate the things. Gotta appreciate the stuff. So whatever it might be, good or bad, all things eventually happen for a reason. Alright. Bleach stone's gonna be the next thing, and then we'll wrap up the Blashots. We got suits here finally, so we can go outside. I think I will put brine in here. The logic with this is gonna be simple. It's gonna be brine ice, but then it's like the brine's not gonna freeze, I don't think. I think we'll be fine. Outside of that, oxygen's doing good. We don't need to add more. It's just going to be from the exchange right here, but I think that's not going to happen too much. I am actually kind of okay with heat being dumped in the area. And that's going to be because we kind of want these plants to be growing. And we're at like 29 degrees, right? But then 25 is the low end, which is kind of... I feel like we're going to get below that, man. So because of a lot of the cold areas, I kind of don't mind this. Kind of leaking out the heat. Ghost Rider, man. What you been up to, dude? You still doing the Onis? You still doing the WoWs? I heard there's a new Mythic raid coming out, man. Or came out. Six tons. Still doing a lot of water. I guess we should start digging. I mean, that's gonna bop the pitcher pumps though, right? Just finish this for now. We'll do the rest of the stuff later. Got the brine. 2 bottles. Not bad. Doing both. Patch and WoW's fun. Cycled 2K on the Oni base and started a RimWorld run. Nice. I see on the RimWorld. You got all the new DLCs for that? A lot of people are on the new DLC for the RimWorld. I haven't played it at all, though. Don't know enough about the new stuff. I think Cthulhu mentioned that it's something about a spaceship, Star Trek. What's going on, Leo? How are you? What's entombed? You know, up top. It's just the meteor blaster. Got hit by a meteor. Same thing with the broken building. This got hit by a meteor. So for the most part, we just haven't gone out to space yet. We have suits. We have suits, though. How are you, though, Leo? Hope you've been well. Ah, I see a Ghost Rider. You're 3 behind. Dude, remember, it's so fun. Much of the appeal is the modding. The mod community for that game has been insane. Shout out to the mods, man. The modders of RimWorld. Right now, we're just doing some saltwater maintenance, taking our time, taking it easy. Yo, Ghost Rider! Coming in with 5 gifted. What a name. Mata. I can't say the second part. Element 8T, fried spam sandwich, Mighty Stooge, Echo Electro, welcome in. And of course, welcome to the city. Hope you guys enjoy your stay. Enjoy the emote 20 days ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. But thank you so much. Mr. Ghost Rider, people of chat, you heard your name, you know who to thank. Say hello to the Ghost Rider. They say if you stare into his eyes, man, you'll get to see a little bit of penance. But yo, man, appreciate you, Ghost Rider. Thank you, thank you. I see you over there, man. You sacrificed the DLC to support us. I put Mob on the cam, but, you know, he's in the other room right now. It feels bad. I could release this oxygen. I think I'm gonna leave it, though. Sweepage, doing good. We could dig that out as well. So we did dig underneath, which is not bad. Oh, new printables. Snack fruit. They're giving me boops all the time right now. Not really feeling the boops. Alright, because my dupes are kind of chilling, we're gonna put some drywall in. We gotta get the aquatic mosaic tile, which is like the most bathroom-ish tile I've ever seen. Wait, I need that with granite. Oh, that is granite. Bubble mosaic. I feel like this is a tile I see in every bathroom. I've been really busy in the last few months. What's new? New Oni DLC. We got the dinos. New plants, new dinosaurs, right? And more dinos. There's a new mechanic where you get hit by a meteor. And the idea is you have to shoot it down. So we've done that. There's a new lab map as well with Oni. That's really interesting. I don't want to spoil too much of it. Outside of that, though, we got that new DLC stuff. We've gone through a couple playthroughs of the new content already because this has been out for like a couple months. I'm also going to be releasing a new type of content on the YouTubes. So it's going to be a new format / style. And hopefully you guys enjoy that. Let me know if you guys have any feedback for that. I'm very curious about that because this could be my first time doing this new format. And then we're going to hopefully do this alongside the VODs. I am already working on some of the future episodes too. So I'm sure I missed it. What's your challenge for this run? So this is a guided playthrough on this run. For the most part, the idea of this is to help out the new players. When the DLC came out, there was a lot of comments asking me to do a playthrough where we kind of run the game on the new planet, but catered to newer players. So that's going to be the logic. It's a guided playthrough where I help you along the way. You could run the VOD next to you playing it, So you could do exactly what I'm doing on the same seed and get the same results. Or you could be, you know, just watching for the tips and tricks. So, you know, you'll get to follow along, get to spawn up. On this playthrough, we did Carnivore with the new Lum Critter. And then we're setting you up to get Demolier done. Now, the planet is, not the planet, the meteor impact needs to be shot down with a new missile type. Hey, Timo! Gifts up to Nth Carpet. Shout out to Timo, man. I see you over there. Timo was supposed to be showering right now, but he brought his phone in to the shower because it's waterproof, and he gave us gift sub. Thank you so much, Timo. I see you over there, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for keeping up the hype train. Dude, what is that? That imagery was kind of weird, but also kind of cool. So basically, you need to do 100 of these Intracosmic Blashots, and once you have it, you just have to feed the building, and then it will shoot down the meteor. So we have a lot of time, and we're already at 85 ammunitions. Hey, Ghost Rider! Give sub to Leo. Thank you so much, Leo. I mean, thank you so much, Ghost Rider, with another gift sub. I see you over there. Nice spiral, dude. Rambo coming in with the prime. Thank you for the 20 months. I see you over there. Thank you, thank you. Timo with some, I don't want to say that's decent, but that's lower than the last couple days. But yo, man, Rambo, welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Thank you for the 20 months, man. So yeah, new video coming out. It's gonna be on my first time doing the lab map, which is kind of interesting. So it comes out tonight in around like what, 8 hours. So, and you know, you guys are probably gonna be asleep, but when you guys wake up tomorrow, it's gonna be there. It's a highlight montage format, so it doesn't have a lot of you know, me thanking the folks. Thank you for the subs and all that, you know, casual talk. It's just going to be Oni content. And you'll get to ride along the journey, man. 84 after a week of close to 100. Yeah, man, it's not cool by any regards. Like, 84 is a little bit on the warm side. But compared to what you've been having, man, it's been... Yeah, that's cool, dude. That's cool. And then we're going to do a shortened version of the guided playthrough as well. So we will cut this up and make it so that, you know, we have the steps. None of the wait time. That way for the people that just want to know the tips and tricks, they'll be able to see that. And there's also an achievement where if you do get hit by the meteor, you have to survive on that planet for 100 cycles. So there is an achievement for that. If you do get hit, so there is an achievement for shooting it down, right here, destroy Demolier. And there's another one called Life Finds a Way, where you get hit, but you survive, and then you try to thrive, I guess, for lack of better words. All right, let's get rid of this. We'll make them go around. And then we'll finish our lock right here. They could climb up if they fall down. Alright. We'll do it like that so we could actually... No, we can build every tile, right? I think we can. 2 pitcher pumps. We're going to eventually want to move the pitcher pumps down a level. So I guess we should start digging. That way we'll be underneath and be able to finish this build right there. Doing good. Oh, all the water's gone. Feels bad. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Let's mop this up. I guess we could mop up the other pools and use the ice. Maybe we won't add any more ice here, but this one we will. Smoker is kind of hot right there. Though it's not a bad thing. 50 degrees. I just want to get the ice from melting that we have. right? 4.8. Oh, another thing I think we should do is make a temporary setup. All right, let me do this. Floor above this. And I think we're going to make an evolution chamber for the lumps. We have a lot of lumps in here now. 30 of them. My goodness. And then this guy, I don't think he's eating. Oh, he just ate. Okay, somehow he's getting food. A lum just died. Okay, he has food for a while. We have sterile atmosphere, and we have refrigeration temperature. If I could move out the oxygen, I think we could try to get this to deep freeze. I think I do try. Oh, you know what we could do? That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I guess we'll try it. Let me get a canister filler up here. And I guess we will do one here. Simple setup. And then we'll do one up here. So we're going to remove the oxygen. I think that also means if I want to pull the chlorine down, it kind of makes sense, but probably not. And then we have power right here that we could use. Because I'm thinking if we actually get this to minus 22, which is the temperature of the tiles here, and the chlorine will get to that, our food is going to be deep freeze, so it's not going to rot anymore, and then the Rex Ranch is in full form. Because the big thing with the Rex Ranch is that we need to make sure the food we feed them doesn't rot, just in case we don't have enough Rexes. That reminds me, I might want to free all the other Rex died. Okay, little unfortunate. That's a little unfortunate. We'll have to go through this way to pick up the meat and the eggs. Alright, this is the only other Rex. I do kind of want to grab them, but there's a lot of brine in the way. Don't really want to open this up to that guy yet, though. Outside of that, no Rex, no Rex, no Rex. We moved that guy out already. Yeah, it's really just him. And then we just wait for the eggs to hatch. I mean, we have the eggs. This guy is, you know, reproducing. He's gonna find a way, man. He will. So I want to go grab the egg. I really should take this guy out. So I'm thinking from the bottom makes the most sense. There's just so much brine everywhere. Alright, we were gonna do meme strats where we build tiles out diagonally. Dig that, build that, and then we dig second tile, build that? That doesn't do anything for us. Maybe if this pushes to the right. No, it probably won't. Maybe we go in here. It is a drop, so it's not that bad. Maybe we go up this way? I mean, we have to move the water. I just don't want it to mix in at the bottom. And then we try to grab the Rex, move them out. This got dug out. Okay. Let me move this out. We're going to try to run it underneath. Saltwater's at 60. We also do want to put some tiles to be replaced here. Let's put this tile there for now. Cisco Kid, welcome in. I have like 4 mods. So the one that's not being used is DGSM. That one is not updated, so it's still broken, I think. The other mod that I'm using that's not on the list is called this one, Mass Move To. This is really good, but yeah, I'm only using 4 mods. Let me know if you have any questions about the mods though. Sweep by type should be a QL update. I 100% agree. It's one of those mods that I'm surprised still isn't base game. 100%. It really should be base game. I don't know why it's not. It's really awkward. Zoom. This is not a mod. That is called screenshot mode. Screenshot mode makes it so that you drop your UI and you have infinite zoom. You hit escape, screenshot mode's you know, gone, but then you can play like this. All right, I don't like playing like that. I zoom in a little bit more. So that is called screenshot mode. I think default is Alt S. But if you don't have that, go to options, go to game, and you go to controls. And then screenshot mode, Alt S, right? Yeah, it's built into the game, not a mod. Anyone that tells you to get the mod for screenshot mode is debating you because they made the mod. It's like, hey man, how do I get screenshot? How do I zoom like that? Oh, just get my mod that zooms out. You know what I'm saying, man? They're just trying to get you to get their downloads in. Reality is that, dude, it's built into the game. You don't need it, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. It really do be like that, though, sometimes. You could do that with screenshot mode, though. Just zoom out, and then you're good with the larger map. It's just some of the icons are small, right? I don't know what screenshot the bigger zoom mod does that screenshot mode doesn't already do. Oh, it's erupting. We'll wait for that to finish. I will need this here as well. All right, so we want that here. This works out. No need to use shortcut key. That's very minor. For something that's like running in the background of the game, I don't think it's worth it. That's just me though, right? I'm like, I don't need to run a mod so that I don't have to run keys. Like the keys are always going to be there. A little bit extra salt water we could dump later. No, yeah, you're free to play the way you want. I just think that the mod doesn't add anything to the game. I just don't see what the mod does that screenshot mode doesn't already do. And if it's just not having to hit the key, I don't know, man. It just feels like I wouldn't want to have that. I mean, that's just me, though. I guess that's the argument, right? It's not even adding stuff to the game at this point. It's just having a button to zoom out versus hitting a button to zoom out. All right, so we're gonna move down the pitcher pumps. Nice. And then I guess we will put the tiles here so that we could have our suits. So this is the free time right now. If you guys are following along with the guide, we're stabilized. We are having the goal of doing the Blashots, but we're in a point in the game where we're ahead enough that we're free to do what we want. If you guys are at this point, making the rooms, cleaning up the map, sweeping, everything is pretty much going to be up to you. Even the printing pod items. I'm going to be at 12 dupes for a while. I do have the goal of hitting 24. It's just that I'm just not going to be taking random dupes. I'm going to be looking for good dupes. And we're going to reject everyone here. I just learned you could waterlog desalinators. Yep, you could completely flood them if you want. You can completely flood desalinators. It's interesting, man. When you do flood them, I feel like they're a lot better because they're no longer becoming a random heat source. Because these things get hot for some reason. Like, very commonly, I see these things hitting like over 100 degrees. Always overheating if it's not made out of gold. Even then, it still probably gets up there. Alright, we're just gonna be moving the salt water up. Waiting for this to finish erupting so that we can add our insulated tiles here. Nice. And then even start analyzing this. Don't want to take damage. Don't want to take damage. I guess we could start getting our suit docks here because we're going to have to remove the salt from this. So we'll get 3 suits. Hunter, welcome in. We're probably going to need the O2 line to come around the side, which is not that bad. I'll run insulated for no particular reason. Hey, we gotta hydrate. All right. Green tea, boys. Drink of the day. We're out of coffee. I see you over there, Matixo. How are you? Let's run it like that. Suit oxygen, not bad. Green tea, good for the body, man. How did an oxygen get in here? What in the world? I should be sleeping long ago. It happens sometimes, man. Maybe we help you out with some sleep. Maybe we could help out, man. Who knows? We do also want this. Conductive wiring has no decor penalty, so we could run that above the ground, no problem. Dude, Nightbot's already asleep. Nightbot's already asleep, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Oh man, Nightbot's already sleeping. Alright, this is good. Get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Let's clear this up. We can't reach that. Caught him slacking. Dude, man, there's days where Nightbot doesn't even show up to streams. Those days, man. Oh my god. People are asking for the weather, and he just has no response. Oh, man. Bad times. Oh, this is ready. We're going to be trying to do a little bit of removal of oxygen because it's taking a very long time for that to get cooled down by the chlorine. That's true, man. That is true. Nightbot just kind of chilling. He helps out because he can. Okay, so we got that done. We do this. Is brine heavier than pea water? Oh, that deleted the water. Wow. Oh, scalding. Alright, Timo, get out of there, man. You're burning, son. Oh, I didn't know people did that. I didn't know people did that. Didn't know that was a strat, man. And then we could mop this up. And then we're gonna go grab this guy so he can hang out with the other homie. Did we do this? We did. And we grabbed the egg. Nice. Ghost Rider coming in with the lurks. Appreciate you, Ghost Rider. Thank you for the lurks, man. We'll see you next time. Hope you have a good one out there. And of course, people of chat, any questions, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to help. Right now, we're just trying to make sure we get this desalinator set up, going well. Moving out the salt water before we do a final cap right here. We want to analyze this as well. We're probably not going to have a suit here, to be honest. I'm probably also going to want a door here. Probably not this one yet. Before the dartle starts sneaking in. Oh. Yeah, that happens, man. That happens. I actually made it so that the chat on screen has none of the bot messages. You gotta do what you gotta do, man. Alright, let's move in our drop lock in oil. I gotta watch over this before they mess that up. Yeah, we're gonna shoot it down, but we want it to be next to us. So we're giving it time to move closer. Mimic, I see you over there, even with the typo. Dude, man, dartles could ruin your day. Potentially. In most cases, it's never going to be that bad. But they could walk on walls, man. That's always sketchy. Alright, moving the oil. 88.3. We had 90 in there. That's 1.7. I think we have enough. Alright, so all we need now is a tile here. Did they change the unbuilt wire textures? No, I have a different texture right here. Bubblegum conductive. So we got that nice samurai sword braid. You know what I'm saying? Dude, chlorine's deadly, man. Just not in the game. Chlorine's deadly, just not in the game. Chlorine's pretty cool. Alright, we got the oil set up. Nice. How many dupes one of your Lum Ranch can take care? Dragoon Remy, welcome in. That depends on the skill level of your dupe. There is no real answer for that. Your grooming time, the buff you have, is dependent on your rancher's skill. It's default 1 cycle, but then the higher the skill, the longer the grooming lasts. Right? So that depends on how high your ranching skill is. That being said, I only have 2 lums per ranch. So you're counting basically how many lums they're able to brush in a day. I have 2 ranchers, if that means anything. And I have 6 lums, 1 rex, and that's it. No other ranching being done. Ooh, we're pumping the bad gas. Let's go. We're gonna pump up the chlorine. Let's go. That's nice. Let that drip down. A little bit of oxygen getting pumped down, but I'm fine with that. As long as we get rid of the chlorine. And then... okay, we could keep doing this. Do all of that. And let's get the suit checkpoint in on this side. Gotcha. I am probably gonna do a Lum evolution chamber. But this guy has food, so you know what? He just got another piece of meat. We're gonna wait before we do that. He has way too much food at the moment. If anything, I think we just try to save this guy. So we're just gonna do natural ladder. I don't want this to melt on me though. But there's no way around it. It's always gonna melt some way, some shape, some form. I mean, mixed water is mixed water. It's fine. Dig through, grab the racks, and then move them out. That way we can eat the food a little bit faster. I guess we also get some bleach stones, so that's going to help us out with the ammunition and the biodiesel. Any dupes up? We have a lot of dupes open. So far, I think 3 of our dupes are taken. 4. Timo, Cyberdyne, Zandroff, Edwin. So we got a lot, man. Jean, Layra, Maya, May, Bubbles, Ren, Oshkon, Ruby. Scientists. They're taken, man. Both of the scientists. They're both taken. Feels bad, man. A little bit of sweepage. Dig all that out pretty easy. Feels bad, Matik, so scientists aren't taken. They're the hot commodity, man. Research is key. Alright, that's almost done. We're done with the brine here. That way it's not going to freeze when it's high mass like that. I guess we can just start digging this, because we can. And I guess same thing on this side. Digging because we can. Not bad, not bad. Okay, I want the salt water mainly for the reasoning that we're gonna probably want this polluted water to feed the overgrowth. That's likely gonna be why. We're gonna want that, right? So because it's gonna be like that, we kind of need to set it up. Because we're running out of water soon. I mean, it's going to be enough for a while. Handful of cycles. But it's going to be one of the main things we got to get done. That way the lums stay alive, and then the Rexes keep giving us feathers. And then we keep getting suits. Let's get another 5 suits. Alright, we are going to continue running a little bit more metal. Let's run 10. Do we have undug out nickel? Because I might be running out soon. Which is kind of insane. Was I rock crushing that much in the beginning? Because I feel like I'm running out. I mean, there's a little bit right there. A little bit right here. We're digging through a little bit right now. A little bit right there. A little bit right there. But that's it, man. Very little right there. We probably do need to start digging out the rust and grabbing the iron for steel. That makes a lot of sense. A lot of iron in these biomes waiting for us. Okay. Start digging that. Nice. Alright, this area is dug out. Clean. We gotta grab this. Get the oxygen coming out. I want to charge this preemptively, so we're just gonna cut the wire here and then run a wheel. We're in a very jank generic setup. We're gonna connect it via this line because this is not a lot of power yet. We're not gonna run the desalinators yet either. Just want to try to get the oxygen into the lockers. Otherwise, it's doing all right. I guess we could do this right now. Oh, it's dormant. Oh, nice. So we could finally finish analyzing this. Let's go. So I think we're going to start breaking into here and pitcher pumping the salt water as well. So we can just dump it all into one spot. Salt water down here. Not that big of a deal. All right. I think we're at the point here, though, that we're just pumping oxygen. Yeah. The majority of the gas in here is oxygen. So we're just going to allow the bad gas to kind of accumulate. Oh, is that bleachstone? Oh, man. I thought they were going to be making biodiesel. I guess it's just a task they have to do. So we'll make more suits. Move them in. Oh, this is in. Nice. Okay. Because of how we have a lot of liquid here, we're just going to put a ladder flat. We don't want the run speed bonus. I mean, we do, but, you know. Oh, it combines with the ladder up top. That's almost poetic. Alright, so this is going to be so we could get to outer space whenever we need to and start filling this up. Another thing about this is that you have to use the mechatronics to feed in. So if you don't have a dupe with mechatronics, it's kind of bad. Oh, and this is ready now. Nice. So we're just going to pump this up. We just want to remove the oxygen as much as we can. Oxygen is bad, right? Who's your mechatronics guy? I don't know if I have one. I don't know if I have one yet. Vacuum in the corner. Not bad. Gram refill. I'll check in a second, Matixo. I just want to pay attention to this before we pump up chlorine. This is in grams because of the bottom. Is this gonna move and then push up? So you want to remove the oxygen from here because the chlorine's gonna want to get to like a temperature at the bottom. But the oxygen is warm, so it's causing some problems, right? Because it's warming up the chlorine from the top side and we're not hitting the temperature that we want to hit, -18. Now, because oxygen is lighter than chlorine, it's gonna be at the top, right? Which is why we have this here. We're gonna move the gas out. All right, so now this is filling up. That's basically a vacuum. So let's cut this. So this might flow down, flow up, which we don't mind. But we will have to put another pump here. And then we'll have to run the power wire. So the thing that sucks about this is the fact that building the pipes out means the area warms up. Kind of sucks, not gonna lie, man. No filter? No, we're just going to bottle drain it. It's gonna be separated, and then I'm gonna dump it back in. I'm gonna build this canister emptier right here, and we're gonna put the chlorine back inside. Ideally, I want it to be all chlorine. If we pump out all the oxygen, that's also fine. I don't know if we actually use the emptier. Digging the tiles isn't that an easy fix. I was thinking about that, but the tiles are like -15. So I was like, you know what? I'll keep it there because it's cold. Though we could do that. Another thing why I don't want to dig it is because ranch size. Right? Digging that out kind of bops the ranch. And then I have to build a new tile anyways. I think we take Joshua. He doesn't look bad. Alright, mechatronics. I should have a dupe that's designated to mechatronics. Cyberdyne is already my mechatronics dupe. Oh, Joshua is potentially one. We already have a cook, so he's not going to be cooking. Ruby, potentially. Yeah, Ruby or Joshua. Joshua has to take some time to level up, though. He's new. So we have 2 cooks already. He's not going to cook, even though he has the interest. But he is going to be doing mechatronics at some point. Let's have Joshua do build supply, then. I hope those Rexes make friends with maybe the other Rexes. See, we have to cut the hair around their butt so that they could sniff each other's butts. That's how the Rexes communicate. They don't have arms, they don't have eyes. They have a big nose and a big mouth. And then we're just feeding them meat, man. Man, they have a lot of food in here. Okay, so we need to do... Oh, we're out of metal. Oh, we're out of liquids too. Okay. So it looks like I do plug this back in, which is fine. And we're building out the ladder. Get me my liquids back. All right, we're going to be making some more of the refined metal. Not too bad. That way we can connect all the stuff. Nice. Consuming the oxygen. But yeah, man, we do have some other potential mechatronics if you want them to take so. Just didn't end up being the starter dude. Almost done with the analysis. P water's at 65. I might want to mop that up. This is filled up, not bad. That's still trying to drain. We have a lot of water here. We also have the pitcher pump. A lot of sweeping to be done. Not too worried though. Alright, then the chlorine has to resettle down. I think we do have to pump the right side first. And then have this just fill up with chlorine up to this level. And then this could pump kind of freely. Should be alright. Building this out. I guess we will dig this just so that we can put the ladders in. We're getting bleach stone a little bit from that. So we are done, boys. We have all the blast shots we need. Oh man, Cycle 131. We're not gonna shoot it down. Not yet. We're gonna wait till the meteor gets closer to us before we actually pop it. Gotta deliver the suits we're making. Nice, nice. So there's no way to get oil on here, although I would want to get oil. Biodiesel 180 is not that good. Yeah, it looks like I will have to use oil if I want to use a closed loop refinery setup. It's kind of tough because that means we have to go to the second planet to get that done. Maybe we start going to the second planet, start checking that out. All right, Timo, you're almost done. Nice. Let's move out the databanks. We have the vacuum lock here. We're still moving into the salt water, so we take our time. Once we move that out, we're gonna put a tile here. So we're gonna replace that with an insulated tile. And then we could remove that. And then we could put insulated tile here once we're done with the mesh. No dock available. Oh, someone moved the... Wait, what? That's jank. Someone refilled the suit dock when someone was outside. That's kind of jank. I mean, it worked. It's kind of weird, though. Alright, still moving out the salt water. Let's get the insulated tiles there. We're not going to put the oil lock here until we're done, because I don't want my dupes slipping as they go through. Though I could just move it onto this side. Temporary fix. And then we could seal up that side. Not bad, not bad. Oh, we got the Rex. Nice. The ice didn't melt yet. Okay, cool. We're going to build a tile there. Hopefully they don't get stuck inside. And what we're going to want to do is prevent this from spilling out. One locker is filled. Would you vacuum out that room where the desalinators are placed? You can. I won't because of the... We're going to be doing this lock right here. Right? So since we're doing that lock, there's going to be a vacuum in the middle. So once we have the insulated tile here like that, and we get the oil lock, it won't matter whether or not you have it or not. You could even argue it's better to fill the room up here with hydrogen after vacuuming it, for the logic that is it's more heat transfer from the buildings to the area. And then, you know, you have more contact with the salt water in that case. You could argue that, actually, if you get to that point. Dude, I just realized this is a giant F. F's in chat for the saltwater geyser. It's gonna become regular water. Oh, I just realized that the salt water is gonna have to come out to here. And there's no easy way. Oh man, we have to have a little bit exposed. That's fine. So we will run regular pipes out to here. And then we run insulated like that. And then we have to run this on the side like this. We will put this pipe here, and we're gonna have to replace that with a tile. Dude, that's funny how you get a big F right here. And it's not because I wanted it there, it just happened to line up. They don't think be like it is, man, but it do. Alright, so we do need to do this, that. So we are gonna do 2, 3, 2, 2, 2. And once we can, we're gonna ladder down. It's gonna break into this biome, but it's already warmed up already. I can't really, you know, be mad about breaking in. Oh, let's get the tile in. So the majority of these tiles we could build from the inside, these two. These two we're gonna have to go around. We might actually go through the bottom. Let's not. Let's just do these. So that if anything, they just do these two. Sweep when we can. Okay, empty space. New wild pokey. He's gonna lay the egg there on that one tile. This is off, which is good. We're done with the metal. We're at 675. We don't have 18 tons. I guess that's a decent amount. Okay, let's do a little bit of iron. I might actually want to start digging down So we could use the brine on the right side. I'm thinking about it. There's also the brine right here. But dumping the heat into the cold biome has been a good decision. I have to say, it's been a good decision. We're working up top. We're gonna get more meat soon to feed the Rexes. Oh, this is ready. Nice. Okay, so... no power for that. That's connected. That's connected. Alright, just moving out some oxygen. That's above 0. I should start pumping from there as well. We could actually just slide this and remove the chlorine canister to the inside and then just release it. But it's already at 30 degrees. Maybe we just keep it outside. Alright. Lot of oxygen. Lot of chlorine. Chlorine is getting back low, though. Okay, and then we plug this one back in for the oxygen pocket. Small bubbles of oxygen, I'm not really too worried about. Because if there's more chlorine than oxygen, we're perfectly fine. Alright, we're good. So ideally, it's going to be easier to cool down the chlorine because there's less oxygen up top keeping it hot. And a lot of the oxygen up there is already cooled down as well. We're going to remove the pumps. The wires on there should be good. Vacuum, nice. Minus 22. Minus 14. It's already refrigeration, though. So we just want a little bit extra. Oh, this maxed out again. Dump the CO2, boys. These two got built. Got to do these two. And then we'll be able to do this. Probably do want that ladder set up, though. Okay, I don't think the other geysers are going to be anything we mess with. This geyser kind of sucks. We just seal it up. These two are hot polluted oxygen per this right here. Hot polluted oxygen. So that sucks. And then this one is hot chlorine. So those three I'm just never going to open because there's no benefit. Outside of that, we have a lot of oxygen. I might just open up this area so the chlorine leaks out. At the same time, oh, the drop block got frozen. I used to have water here to prevent the chlorine from floating out. Looks like that's not a thing anymore. Feels bad. Dupe didn't get stuck inside. Let's go. And how come they're not moving the suits out? We have the suits right there. Oh, I guess it's a low priority. Gotta bump that up. And then we could get the oil lock here now. Not bad, not bad. So normally we're gonna put regular tiles here. And the logic is pretty simple. The regular tiles for run speed bonus, right? 25%. It's nice to have. Oh, way too much. Way too much. You know, that's fine. Maybe we mop up a tile or something. And the suits are in. Nice. So that's going to be ready for the salinators later. All right. We could actually do that. Because if we have 5 kg spread out across, we're actually really good, and we pick up some of the oil back up. Okay. See that? And then the 4 kgs spreads out. Nice. Very clean, very clean. And then this drops down. We get our vacuum lock. Inside is CO2 with 1 gas bubble. I guess that's okay. And then we're just moving out all the salt water. Nice. And then we have this, after these two, well, it's really just this one. The only way for the heat to leak out is right here. In which we will solve after we dump all the water in. Good stuff, good stuff. 67 cycles. I don't have anyone with mechatronics yet. I guess we'll just give it to Cyberdyne right now. And then we'll get building skill later. That's gonna be right here. So we're gonna go up, remove that stuff, and then free this. No intracosmic. Long range target. Ah, okay. Chilling with that. I probably... Oh, they keep adding... They keep putting suits here. Why? What is that was never a thing. Why is that a thing now? Ooh, research rocketry, frostproof. We'll take Freya. The ranching doesn't help, but you know, it's not bad. Let's give you, oops, research, rocketry, and then I guess you do supply store. Tidy. Having more tidiers is not a bad thing. All right, not bad. Doing great, doing great. This water is still pretty lukewarm, even though we're smelting iron. I do want a better, more long-term solution. Doesn't seem like we have a liquid that withstands that, though. That's the only real problem, right? There's no easy way to dump the heat. The way we're doing it is probably the best for the moment, but we do want to not have that long term. I feel like. Yeah, don't want to do that long term, but it's fine. We will get away from that at some point. No, we're not going to shoot it down until it's right next to us on this tile. So when you shoot this down, this is going to release a question mark like this. And that's going to be something with resources on it that we could harvest. So to have a shorter rocket mission, we want it next to us so that we don't have to deal with it. Like flying there, flying back. Think of it like Majora's Mask in the big moon. Dude, it'd be like that sometimes. Majora's Mask is one of those games, man, where it's like... It's weird how it's able to be as creepy as it is. We could start shooting. I guess we could. All right, we could get started with some shots, but we're, you know, we still have to make it up there. So we're working on that right now. Is it an infinite resource? So the point of interest that you get, right, doesn't matter which one it is. There is a maximum resource amount and a minimum. However, the resource regenerates 1% per cycle. So in theory, it's like a geyser where it gives you a set amount. If you have space to actually harvest that set amount, you get all of it. However, it's not an endless pit, right? It's infinite in the same sense of a geyser. So every point of interest is like that, right? Not just, you know, the one that we get from Demolier. Every point of interest that you use the drill cone, because you have to use diamonds, right? And the drill cone to do that. All of them work the same way. Hope that makes sense, Kevron. It's really nice, man, because you get a nice set of resources from that. Liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, iridium, dude. You get really nice resource sets, man. I'm thinking about putting this here and having the pipelines have a buffer. I have a meteorite close to me, and it's really good. ISO resin. Oh, nice. That's nice, man, if you get stuff like that. Close points of interest that have good resources, man, are always great. The problem is you gotta get diamonds. And you never get that much diamonds. So that forces you to do the, what's that called? Diamond press right here. Forces you to do that, more or less. Gotta get coal, gotta get refined carbon, gotta get rad bolts. That usually means you gotta get a research reactor. Gotta go down the rabbit hole, man. Grab all the stuff. Alright, they're working up top, though. They're working up top. So since we're done with the Blashots, because we have 96, and then you get 4 right here. Oh, is that space exposure? It is. I guess we let this vacuum. I never get that much diamonds. I just mine the lower area of my planet, and it's full of diamonds. You need 1,000 kilograms per mine, though, don't you? So, like, it's never gonna last you enough for, like, the long term. You will be able to get a little bit out, though. But yeah, I have no diamonds on my map. I got no diamonds on my map. It depends on your map, I guess. But I have 0 diamonds. Yo, man, Mimic got super lucky. I got nothing, man. F's in chat for the no diamonds. You hate to see it, boys. You really do. Alright, so our pipeline is more or less ready. Add water on the inside. Solonauts knows, man. He knows. So this is gonna be... We could add water anytime we need to. Because we're ahead, I don't think we're really too worried about having a buffer tank with water inside. There might be a point where that would help out, though. Just because we're not going to be getting a full pipeline of water regardless. Right? It's 46 or 35 times 2. That's like 9 kilograms or 7. So it's not going to be a lot, but it's enough for my electrolyzers. You cleaned up your spaghetti wire. Now it's looking nice. Dude, nice. You got to have it like those server rooms that you see on Reddit. Where you have those like... All your wires go like this. And then it goes up. Right? You gotta do the nice spread. That goes that way. This continues, and then this goes that way. You know? Gotta have it, man. Gotta have it. Also gotta hide as much of the wires as you can. Yeah, man. You gotta make it look like one of those. Is that an IT cabinet? Dude, I see that in the server rooms. The only thing I'm upset about is the geysers that I need are in the frozen core. Oof. I mean, it's frozen core. It's not that bad. Frozen core is better than magma core. Well, no. Magma core is good for the power that you get from that. The temperature is nice. Frozen core, it's more so that it's like, if you have a hot map, you don't have to worry about that anymore. The frozen core ice for temp shift plates, man, is kind of insane. Because it's negative like 150 or something like that, right? No, negative like 60. It's really cold. Like the Wheezewort stopped working last time I remember I interacted with one. Oh, you have to deal with the Sporkits. Sporkits are not bad, man. Sporkits are not bad. You just gotta hit them with a Wheezewort. You know, I was thinking, couldn't you just open the bottom of the map frozen core into the oil and let the Sporkit CO2 flow down? And then once the top half is a vacuum, you wouldn't have Sporkits to deal with anymore? Because the CO2 is going to liquefy. And then zombie spores die on liquid. So if you get liquid CO2, it's going to... well, no, it does survive in carbon dioxide. I don't know if it's specifically gas, though. And there was a hydrogen fossil. Oh, you got the hot fossil down there, too. Where is mine? This one. With a 200-degree hydrogen, man. Dude, it would lose the frozen core, though, man. Frozen core is insane. Okay, we're here. Let's open this up. Dig this out. Rip slicksters, man. Dig up all the regulars. We are gonna force this open. If you guys don't know, pro tip, green automation wire overrides everything, and when your wires are together, you can take a green wire, drag it across, and the whole thing is now green, which opens the door. Nice. So these automation puzzles, man, I wish they were done better. Because you could super cheese it like that, man. Oh, you're trying to break out? This guy, man, he broke out. I see you over there. Oh, got him. I never put much thought into dealing with Sporkits. I just make sure to put a suit, then vacuum out the area later. Yeah, honestly, you could deal with it like that. It's perfectly fine. Sporkits are only really a problem if like a pip gets inside, picks up the Sporkit seed, and then plants it in your living area. Because, you know, that's just what pips do sometimes. I realized that all the meat was sent to the Rex. Now I have 150 feathers on axe. Dude, I'm doing that on purpose, man. And we have 28 feathers after making like 15 suits. We have 3 dupes outside, three suits on the ground, 9. And then we get another 3, 12. And then we have 2 suits there, 14. That's not bad. And we started with 4 feathers today, beginning of stream. It's nice, man. That core isn't worth the hassle. It's not. Some people do it though as a sign of dominance. I've seen that before, man. Some people do it as a sign of dominance. Like, look at me. I got the Sporkit in the meal hall, dude. I can't be mad about that. The big flex. You do the sweat corn poppers? It is, man. Veggie poppers are really nice. My peat's going up, even though we're growing sweat corn and smoking it. It's really nice, really nice. But yeah, veggie poppers are really, really nice. Okay. Oh, wait, what? Why did I go down to 90? The dupe supplied it. Hey. The dupes did the thing. we're going to remove the wires there. We are also going to remove all the automation from this, because I want the refined metal. We're going to remove the switches. The gates are already getting removed. We are going to, after we remove everything, open this. Remember to set a signal to turn it off, because it will keep heating up till it melts. Turn what off? The meteor blaster? Yo, man, we got the P-oxygen coolant, man. Also, we have a lot of gas here that's probably going to leak out. Let me put drywall here. The logic is simple. We have gas inside. We'll let it leak out to cool down the Blashot maker. Right? Because it's going to have to float out. It's going to touch the building, cool it down. And then we'll be fine. Alright, I think the play here is simple. We add tiles here, so that the salt water gets pushed up and we could continue to pitcher pump everything. That being said, let's get to the side. Start grabbing the stuff over here. Gonna grab all that sand. Maybe not there. And then we want to get to this area. And then we were gonna combine this. So we're gonna move all the salt water together. And then we're gonna move all the salt water out as well. Pitcher pumps. I guess we should get these to 7. Oh, we got one of the babies finally. These guys are super cute. They look like a chicken modern day. The adults, though, they look a little bit more ferocious. I would like them to change Spore Kid zombie spores to turn dupes into pseudo zombies that do random tasks and don't respond to player interaction. That sounds more like a stress reaction. I feel like. I see what you're saying, though. Make the Spore Kids be more punishing. But yeah, what that sounds like is when you get the angry dupe that's destructive. You start getting angry and start beating up random tiles. That sounds exactly like that, man. Alright, so after all this, I think we will want to start doing a power setup. We have no power geysers on this planet. So there's no easy way for us to generate power outside of peat. So we probably think about doing geothermal, is what I'm thinking about right now. Twist is it will eat other dupes. Oh man, that's a twist, man. Holy crap. That's a twist, my dude. That really is. Alright, we are going to remove the rock crusher in these buildings. We're going to stop doing Seacomb. Whatever phyto oil we have is fine. I might actually want to relocate that as well. Just be me and play with stress reactions turned off. Solonot's talking about a better Spore Kid penalty. Better? I don't know if that's a word I'm looking for. He just wants a different, you know, like, dude, Spore Kids don't do anything bad. I want it so if you feed the dupe too much radiation, it turns to a dupe Hulk, 90% stress cap. And you got to keep it stressed down until it turns back or it reaches 100 and lashes out. I was hoping that if you let your dupe max out radiation, that all your attributes reset to 0. but you grow an extra limb. So you get 3 legs or 3 arms. Maybe you get something like that. And then when you start running with 3 legs, it's kind of like the Bugs Bunny spiral of legs, just rotating, moving around. I wanted that. I've been saying that for the longest time. I was hoping for that, and we never got it. That was part of the, when people were asking me, what would you want to see in the new Spaced Out DLC or any of the future updates? I was like, I want popcorn, because with radiation means we get a microwave. And then you could microwave some sort of plant that's corn-based, and then you would get popcorn. Right? I was hoping for something like that. We never got it. And then another thing with the radiation mechanic, I was hoping that what I described with the extra limb would have been nice. Now, the only thing that I would have wanted, though, is that the extra limb has a benefit, but you don't get to control it. It's kind of like how you do neurovacillator. You guys know what I'm talking about? That brain machine gives you a random buff. I wanted it to kind of be like that. It's like you get a minor bonus, but your attributes drop back to 0, so you have to relearn as a new dupe. But you have like a potential better upside. Like if you have 3 legs, right, your athletic cap is increased by 5. So instead of max 20, it's max 25. Right? 2 heads, better researcher. 3 arms, better decorator, maybe more hauling. Right? Things like that. Maybe if you get 2 stomachs, you could double the amount of calories you hold. Goes up to 8,000 instead of 4. Yeah, basically. Oh, instead of having fingers, you get mole hands all the way. You call it drill hands, probably. You naturally have the ability to dig every mineral. That's the benefit. You don't dig faster. You just could dig everything. Except neutronium. And then you don't need to give them skill. Right? You wouldn't need to give them skill at that point. That's not how legs work. Hey man, a man could dream, dude. A man could dream. Yeah, you want to be the Hulk or the Fantastic Four, but reality is you just get cancer, dude. It feels bad. We're watching too many of the Marvel movies, man. That's the truth. We're watching too much of the Marvel films. It's like, dude, we could be Fantastic Four. We could be freaking the Hulk. Gamma radiation, all that good stuff. Freya never gets her bottle to the emptiers. She keeps trying. I mean, I'm not mad, dude. She's doing her best. She's doing her best. She do the very slow movement, I guess. They could add a debuff similar to the new start. Something like, too much mutants. Xenophobic. I could see them... Nah, maybe... It depends, man. It depends. I see what you're saying, though. Like, when a dupe dies, they have a mourning debuff where they're sad. No, man. This is not reverse. This is the better high... This is the submerged setup. You gotta understand, man. My setup is not a Hydra. This is just a submerged setup that I do. So I flip the gases because it makes a lot of sense. You see the design? Generators at the bottom. Since the pump space is minimalized, there's no pump issue. Right? And then I don't have to worry about the generators heating up because it's part of the cooling loop inside. It just makes so much sense. Because you're going to need this space anyway so that you have enough space for a pump and then the electrolyzer to maximize. So that's going to be where your lock is naturally. And then this lines up perfectly to 2 floors. There is no dead space here. That's part of the hydrogen gens. Like, I could try to build ladders here. Nothing. He's adding power for the aqua tuner. So this is because at the beginning, I don't have enough hydrogen to run this self-powered and power the aqua tuner. The aqua tuner pulls too much power. Now that my uptime is actually not that high, I don't actually need him running anymore, to be honest. But it's because the AQ in the beginning has to lower the temp to 22 or whatever temperature you set it at right here. So until it gets there, it's gonna be, you know, very power hungry. And if you ever vacuum the bottom and there's no more hydrogen, it breaks the build. Because if this vacuums, you have a chance of spawning oxygen there, and then that ruins the entire separation that you would normally have, right? Major English, I see you over there, man. Look at that, Freya's doing good. Oh yeah, did we get to the top? Did we do the things up here? We got the drywall. We need to open the door. We got to go back inside for the automation. Drag Dardo outside, he's fine. We're gonna let him hang out. Outside of that, this is in. Oh yeah, I wanted to put a small battery setup. Now we'll probably just dig out the ice. And then we are gonna run this into that. And then we're gonna do another thing. We're gonna be running the telescope here. So now, since we are in space, we got suits. You guys could very clearly see I have no defense against any of the meteor showers yet. Until you get steel, there is no easy way to really protect yourselves from meteors that are metal-based. Metal-based meteors are the only meteors that require bunker tiles. Metal and regolith. Outside of that, things like slime, oxalite, and the non-metal meteors, like ice meteors, they don't deal damage to tiles. So you could put regular tiles up top, and you wouldn't really, you know, be too worried about it. But in our case, you know, we don't really have steel to get bunker tiles or bunker doors. So we're just going to tank the damage. In a lot of cases, the meteors are not going to be, like, ruining your day. So it's going to be fine. We're going to put it in closed outside. And then we're going to run our pipe through. We're going to run regular pipe. This part shouldn't matter. I can't reach some of it. We go like that. Yeah, we can't reach. And then we'll do it like that. So this is going to be for the telescope. Jumbo battery, just to get a power source up top on a wheel. I'm running the usual Hydra for the first time. It's lovely, big fan. It's nice. It solves all the problems, man. Whatever iteration you use. If you get the natural separation, infinite pressure, you have no problem. It's just cooling at that point. There should be hatches for when you dig up, but want to seal your entrance. There are no hatches on this map. I just got to point that out. I'm not sure which map you're talking about. They patched out the magic hatch, by the way. It's no longer guaranteed on every planet start. That used to be a thing, man. It's hard for me to... Yeah, dude, it's true, man. It's a lot of free power. Dude, I try to look for the magic hatch. It seems to be not there anymore. 7 tiles to the left, up or down from the printing pod in the beginning. Yeah, the one I'm talking about is the one you're talking about too. I try to look for it, and it's sometimes not there. I feel like they mess with the spawn, map spawn algorithm or something. Now, maybe they just made it specific to some planets. But yeah, it's not always there anymore. If you guys know more about it, man, let me know. Because I haven't read about that yet. I have more hydrogen than I could hope to use. And well, that's a good thing. Use it, dude. Speedrun carnivore is broken. I mean, is it? I almost always use my hydro for power alongside a power station. You could run most of my base for a long time. If you run the power plant, because the bottom is a power plant, you do have that ability to use the H2 for power. 100%. Because you do get 50% more power here. That's basically, for my case, plus 400, plus 400, plus 400. So that's what, 1600 I would get in my case. So it's really good. You can do that. I'm just choosing not to. I want to run a different power source if I can. We could run P. I think it ends up being geothermal, though, is what I end up doing. Which reminds me, I need to start pitcher pumping this. I think we run geothermal, we run into here, and then we have to empty this space out. I feel like that just makes a lot of sense, and we should start doing that. I might be wrong about the magic hatch thing, but I'm pretty sure it's not guaranteed anymore. I feel like it's like... Sometimes I'm looking for it and it's not there. And I'm like, wait, what the heck? Okay, we could dig this down. This got dug out, but we're fine. Try to sweep that. And then we're gonna get astronomy soon. No way. Oh my god, that's annoying. Okay. We have to go on top of the freaking door. You see this? This is bopping my freaking telescope. This tile right here, man. Feels bad. So what we're going to do is we have 96 Blashots. We are going to not open these 4, and those are going to be the ones we do last. We're going to get power from here. That's going to power both the telescope and the Blashots, which is fine. And then we're just going to use the suit line oxygen line to feed into the telescope. Should be good. Still moving out salt water right there. Can't be mad. And then, yeah, I'm going to be doing something weird right here. You know what? We should do the thing, right? Yeah. Okay. Hopefully I don't get stuck doing this. So the fossil does get in the way. I'm hoping we don't get stuck. We might, though. I think we do just pump up the water here. Yeah, okay. We stop this from pumping. Or maybe we do it right here. We're going to put another pump here, and we're just going to pump water out. If we can. Okay. This is the ideal pump spot. And I think we want to drain this into here as well. So we want to drain as much of the pea water from here as we can. Minor mobs that we'll just mop up. Okay, so we're gonna need something like this. I think we just pump into this setup and it should be fine. But there's a good chance I'm gonna need a res here. And we'll do it like this. Because we're potentially gonna get a second res. This doesn't matter. We run that. And then we want power here. Run off of that wheel. So we need to remove the water. These two jawbows, maybe we could bring them home. Right? So I think that makes sense. We are going to clear up this room. We're going to move this guy. You could hang out in the bathroom, man. And then we're going to make this into a fish tank. Why not, right? Fish tank time. Now, the only thing I want with that is, I want glass tiles. I'm gonna go for window tech right now. Oh, I'm going for that. Okay, let's turn this on. We're gonna make a small little aquarium. Let's remove that. Let's remove this. Let's remove this pipeline. No, I think we leave it connected, but we remove the reservoir. So everything kind of pulls out. Yeah. All right, bleach stone. I guess there's a little bit right there, but I think we're just gonna pull it from up top. Right there. All that bleach stone. Sweet, sweet. Jawbows are OP, man. Renewable source of ore. That's true, actually. You do get rust from them. You finally have a way of getting ore. I haven't really thought about that, but that is kind of big. Having an ore source, I haven't really thought about that, man. That is our first natural ore source in that regard. I feel like I should be more like hyped about it, but I'm not. Like, at the same time, the jawbows, man, they kind of mid. Feels bad, man. AQ's running, fully submerged. The water's trying to heat up, man. It really is. It just takes a while. All right, let's do that. Vital oil is a relocate. The pipeline just has to empty out to when we make biodiesel, which is okay. We still have space here, so we're really just going to be needing to get some bleach stone to start processing the vital oil. And then I think we will want to try to make a power setup. In which case, I think it will be down here. A little bit cumbersome, but you do the Pocus Jawbows to rust, de-rust, and then it's renewable nonetheless. You get chlorine too for free. To the chlorine enjoyers. Okay, so we're gonna get the checkpoint. We're gonna be ready to start desalinating. We just need a little bit of power here. No longer doing the metal refinery loop. We're gonna let this naturally just cool down. And then I think we potentially say hello to George. I'm thinking about it. George is pretty cool. Probably should stop by, say hello. Nice, see all the pipage. Good stuff. We did want this here. And then window tiles. We're going to be teching up for that, which means the only thing we need after that is going to be glass forge. Dude, I think we do it here for the memes. No, we could do it here. Because it's mad cold in here, and it doesn't really matter. There's just no power, right? So I want to do it here because that's where the freaking heavy watt wire is. Regardless of where we do it at, we're gonna have to pull the heavy watt wire out, right? I guess you could argue... Wait, what the heck? How come there's no suits here? Oh my god, the dupes are climbing out with the suit. Oh, I didn't realize that. So you can't go back into the ranch. Jebaited. Oh my god. I was like, how come this keeps filling up? Is that a bug? Is someone going here and like refilling the suits? And it was my fault. Oh, I got the Paku now. That's so bad. All right, we'll take it. Let them flop somewhere. If they find a place to go, we'll let them live. I was debating myself here, man. I didn't even realize. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. All right, suit dock checkpoint. We could just run this now and just upgrade the wire. Have that be just the easy setup. That wouldn't be a bad thing. Oh, let's go. We're in. P water pumpage. Nice. Okay, so all we got to do now is kind of... I probably do want to pump everything out, so I probably go down this way, here, 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 and then have that spill in so that this isn't flooded anymore. I probably do want to try to put a tile there so I could remove this tile and have another layer spill out. Could they get around the dock at the bottom left? Here you could. And around this way. There's no dock for this, though. Not sure if that's what you were looking at. They can go that way. Fish, they're gonna not be in a good spot, huh? Feels bad. Oh, we dug this out. Nice. That digs out for the spill. I guess we could dig this out to put the pitcher pump closer to the outside. And maybe want to grab that salt water as well. Trace amounts of salt water. Nice. All right, so let's get rid of these. We're practically done. We're just gonna have whatever we get here mopped up and just put it here. Still moving that out. All right, so I don't know how much glass we need when it comes down to it. We're just gonna put it here. So refinement, glass forge. We're gonna run tiles here. We're gonna run insulated pipe. Oof. Looks like we do it here. Bop this for mesh tile. And then we just release it. We run heavy watt wire. And I think what we do is that. And then we just take over the line, rebuild it. And then use that just to make some glass so we can get our aquarium set up for funsies. We get to save the wild. We're going to keep them wild. Jawbones. And then we're going to put them underneath the pod. So if we get any Paku, they're just going to be able to go inside. Then we're going to try to line up the entire thing with glass so that the plus decor you get from the Jabos. Plus, oh, it's 1 radius. That's kind of garbage. Our Paku's better. Oh, it's only 1 radius. There's no point of using glass then. I was hoping the plus decor would help us out. I guess we don't need to do the glass setup. We could have it still if we want glass. I just don't think we do it though. We just don't do it for the fish tank. Okay, so here. And then I probably want it here. We'll get ladders coming down. Get a door here. Oh, that does mean if we get a spill, that might be a problem. Hopefully that's fine. That probably means I need to open up the top side, which is okay. Let's move the relocate a little bit better. Put the tiles in because this is ready. We want this to be open. Okay, so we're gonna do this and that. And we're just gonna pull that from the pipeline at the bottom. Should be fine. Just basically pull the water from here that empties out these reservoirs that allows us to have an easier time as well. Oh, that's in the ancient specimen space. Okay. So we have this open, so any gas bubble doesn't become an actual problem, and then we'll be able to cap it. We have the vent on the other side, so there should be no gas bubble there. And then I think we're just going to get 350 on top layer, not fill it up all the way, but we have to fill up the other tiles. Shale. Hardness value. Too soft. You know what? Let me replace this with granite. Let me replace this with granite, man. So that it doesn't break under the water pressure. If you guys didn't know, granite is arguably the best basic mineral that's not obsidian in terms of hardness value. 80. This withstands a lot of pressure, man, compared to everything else. Sedimentary rock is soft. Shale is also soft. Igneous is alright at 25. Granite's at 80 though, but then obsidian you have 200. You can't really beat that. Mafic's also soft. I think that's at 2. Yeah, it's also at 2. So it's really igneous is mid, granite is like best early game, and then you like eventually get obsidian. Yeah, Shelby's soft, man. Good thing I caught that before the water tank flooded this bedroom. Have a good one, Timo. Rest easy. Hopefully it's still cooling down over there. But of course, appreciate you for being here. Thank you for hanging out, man. We will see you next time. Mop that up, mop this up. Ooh, a lot of it's still down. And then pitcher pump. Get rid of the salt water right there. Alright, we could actually dig that, climb up, climb over, and mop up the rest. I might try to do a weird dig here. And then release the salt water as well. Darkarang, how are you? So you're telling me my habit of building everything out of granite is why my water tanks don't usually break. Actually, I've been so worried lately, I built them out of airflow tiles and don't know if that helps. Airflow is impenetrable. Let me give you an idea. We have 24,000 kilograms in here per tile, and the airflow doesn't break. Airflow and doors, the solid doors, so manual airlock, mechanized airlock, they are impenetrable when it comes to liquid pressure. Same thing with airflow tiles. So this one we have about 40,000 per tile. 50 on that. Neutronium, of course, I don't have to say anything. It's impenetrable. Can't even measure it. But yeah. Oh, man. We need the other wire. I can't believe I built the wrong wire. All right, there we go. But yeah, granite does help. I think it's like the most eye-opening thing with that stuff is if you actually do, like, if you visually see the video. I think there's a video out there. There's a guy that made a water tank with the different minerals that you have, and you could see which height it starts breaking at. And there's like a big difference from like igneous to granite. I think it goes up to like 18 tall or something stupid. And it's like, granite is just really sturdy. It really is, man. Sleeping under the water reservoir would make me nervous regardless of the material used. Hey, man. What if you're on a spaceship? And sometimes, you know, how gravity works? The gravity, like, because you're upside down, maybe you're on top of the water. You know what I'm saying? Though, nonetheless, I do feel your point. I do feel your point, though. Having a big tank of water above you, it's not good times. So, I can't swim. That would be mad scary, because it's like randomly out of nowhere, I'm like swimming. Wait, I can't swim. What are they doing? Where does water come from? I'm gonna start dreaming, dude, that I'm like in the ocean, but I'm swimming in real life. All right, so the idea is simple. This is a desalinator. It gets hot. Now we're going to be using the water here. You can see we have a lot. This is infinite pressure. So this 40 tons of water per tile is cooling down the doors, which cools down the tiles, and then cools down the water. I say cools down because the desalinators are going to be at the temperature of the liquid, but generating more every time it's running at a rate of 8k DTUs per second per building. So we did a heat lock with a drop lock setup that has a vacuum. That way none of the heat from the room leaves once we seal up this portion. Because we're still adding salt water though, we're leaving that open for a minute. And this is also dormant, so it doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, you could see that we're going to try to contain the heat inside this box. That way we don't have to worry about it too much. Research is done. We got the window tiles. Nice. All right, we're going to still continue the research. We're going to have them do the Great Monument attack, basically. Oh, and we got to the top. Nice. So what this means is I need to give someone astronomy skill. My scientists are Timo and Zandroff. Astronomy. Oh, you have none of the skills. We'll give you both. Wait, Zandroff is mad. Oh, because he does pyrotechnics. He better not leave the colony ever, because he's going to get such a bad stress setup. All right. 5. Okay. Change, shoot. Pop, pop, boys. Time to shoot down the meteor. I'm in 2 shots. And we are out of power. Someone's got to run this wheel, man. For reals. Oh, yeah, we have ice, right? I guess we could use the ice right now. I'm gonna put one there to cool down this area. I'm not really too worried now that this is opened, but we could try to dump some ice into there. There's no other spot that we really need the ice for. I'm a little bit worried dumping the ice here because it might cool down the plants. This is a good spot, not too worried. So I'm thinking maybe we do dump it here just to dump it. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That way we could mop it up pretty much immediately. Alright, we're getting started with the Blashots. Realistically, you do want a couple of cycles to get the shots started. If you don't have the mechanized mechatronics dupe, and you don't have the loader that you could put in to feed it in, your dupes will slowly but surely refill this building with ammunition, as you can see. These dots right here is going to be how much ammo is inside. So that's going to be the indicator. Your dupes will do it as an errand, right? Operating or supply job. Building melted. Yep, that's going to be my temp shift plates. Right? So I'm not too worried about that. That was on purpose. That was on purpose. Guess who's here, boys? He's back. He knows where the camera's pointed at. Sometimes I wonder if Mamba knows what a camera is. There are way too many times I'm like, dude, I feel like he knows where he needs to be sitting. You know what I'm saying? How does he know where to sit? Oh, they found the seacomb farm. Oh my god. The Paku that we got. They found the farm. Hey man, if they figure out how to get to the seacomb farm, I'm not even mad. Because some of them weren't as lucky. They were just flopping on the grounds right there. Hey man, the Paku's made it, man. You can't be mad. We'll let them do their thing. Dude, it's the luck of the draw sometimes, man. You ever see that thing where it's like, I wish I was born rich? That's basically these guys. They were born into the seacombs, and now they just have food for life. These guys were not that lucky. They don't even get water, dude. Let alone food. This is when you're born in a struggle. Dude, it's Higby. Higby's kind of cool, dude. Build, cook. Do you think it's a good time to pick up the 3 DLCs? I might go back and take a look. Dark Iraq. Do you have this one? Is this part of the 3 DLCs? If you don't have this, you only have Space Stat. Okay. If you guys, and this goes for everyone else in chat, I'm a Clay ambassador, and Clay gave me some keys for Prehistoric Planet Pack that I could give out. I still have a few, so we could run another raffle for the Prehistoric Planet Pack. However, in order to be participating in the raffle, you gotta be one of my subs. So how it works is that there's a sub-only Discord channel that we have our free game raffles at every so often. We recently, last Friday, gave away Rift of the Necro Dancer. We still got a couple more keys for other games as well. But everyone is getting it because everyone that's subbed either already has the game and they don't want to get a second one, or they've already bought it. So it's like we have extra keys, man. So I'm just putting that out there, man. You get to support your boy Me Too Legit by subscribing, and then link up your Discord account to your Twitch account, and then you get access, and then you can do the raffle. And I'm not sure how many extra keys I have, but I think it's more than one. So I'll put that out there. Now, when it comes down to the other two, Bionics and Frosty Planet Pack, those two, I actually argue you could completely skip. Frosty Planet Pack might be something you might want to get, though the Bionics is 100% if you want to play with Bionic dupes. It otherwise doesn't really add too much. And a lot of people seem to not be too happy with the implementation. So I would probably put it in that order: Prehistoric Planet Pack, Frosty Planet Pack, then Bionics. In terms of the public's like response to having those release. All right, we're not going to grab anything here. We'll grab the millets. So put that out there. FPS, Entropy, I see you over there, man. I see you over there. Welcome in, Wolfie. How are you? So Dark Iraq, man. I could hook you up with Prehistoric Planet Pack, man. What's the sub channel called? It is called Mamba Paradise. Got Bionic dupes instead of Bionics. Yeah, that's the thing that sucks. I wanted the ability to like give them Bionic implants. That's what I was hoping for. One of the things is you have to link your Discord account to your Twitch account. So I don't know which side you have to do it on. It might be on the Twitch side, but on your account, no, you see it. You might have saw the most recent raffle, man, if you're on the channel right now, because it just concluded. But yeah, it's right there. It's right there. If you guys are already sub, man, dude, check out the channel. All you got to do is react to the post so I know who's actually wants to be in on the raffle. And then, you know, we do the giveaway. Dude, I really wanted Bionic upgrades, like in RimWorld. Like, playing RimWorld, and it's like, oh man, we get Bionic legs. You could run a lot faster. I was hoping for stuff like that, man. But we never got it. Feels bad. All right, so let's bump this up to a 9. So whoever does this will be doing it. Still waiting on the Blashots. Look at the HP go down, dude. Oof, another hit. Let's go. 10 damage per hit. So we hit it 17, 18 times. Oh, dude, look at this army of missiles. Oof. We still got 71. We're not making any more. We made the amount we needed. And then, yep, we got that done. Let's go. Let's do the mop. Nice, smart mop. This is about done, and we're pumping out the waters right now. This is a lot of water, now that I think about it. So I'm just going to deconstruct this and then rebuild it so we get 5 tons worth of space. Long range meteor space defense, yeah. You gotta protect yourself, man. And if you don't, hey man, there is an actual playable scenario what happens afterwards. Just saying. So you could choose to let it hit, man. That's a strategic move. It's a strategic move. This is filled. It's filled. Okay. So we don't want to pump. Just let it do its thing. Rebuild the res. There's a bottle there. So we're just going to try to repump everything. I guess we could put another one here. Probably not, though. We're not going to open up this water We're gonna move the jawbows out to here once we have enough water. How much space does each one of these need? 12 tiles. Okay. That's fair. So I imagine they're like Paku, only counting water tiles. So we're gonna have 64. 12 times 64 divided by 2. So 32, 12. We get 2 inside. That's not bad. That way we could have the eggs get laid inside and it doesn't matter. Right? That's basically the logic. Let them have enough space that both the critters could lay an egg and not worry about it. So we're gonna do 2 jawbows. The other 2, I'm sorry, man. You guys are just gonna have to pass. Oh, I never connected this. Okay. Nice, nice. We're in. Saltwater time. Wow, this warmed up pretty fast. We could mop this up and put another ice temperature plate. Like, this is still cold. I guess the debris have a lot of heat inside. Makes a lot of sense, I guess. We did dig everything and have everything moved down. Sweep, sweep. Hey, new planetoid. This is the metal swamp. Okay. So this is the map with a lot of metal on it. And they give you a lot of metal geysers or metal volcanoes. There's water on this. This is a nice planet. Metal pour. Oh, that's tough. It's otherwise a really nice planet. Because you get so much metal on that. I guess you might be lagging on the minerals. Alright, so we're going to rebuild this one for the same reasoning. We just want more polluted water space to pump everything out. This is good. You just got to run the wheel, which I'm not too worried about. Metal pour. Yeah, that means you get a lot of refined metal, but no metal ore. That's really what that means, right? You got to get it in the refined state. 55. Still moppable, so we'll leave it be. It's funny combo, yeah. That's the classic, man. Oni will do that to you. Hit you with these funny combos. They'll give you a lot of oxyfern, but then you get no oxygen producers. So you're like, how am I supposed to get the CO2? It's like, well, you just breathe, but then I can't breathe out. I mean, I can't breathe if there's no oxygen. You gotta balance it, and then you gotta run pee dirt. Oh, okay, sublimation it is. And then you could breathe the polluted oxygen, and then the oxyfern gives you regular oxygen because you breathe out the CO2 for the oxyfern. How many? 780 kgs enriched. This is not bad. We'll eventually need to grab this, man. So far, so good. Okay. Problem. We are finally out of water. Okay, so we're gonna put this in. We're gonna need a res here. Doesn't need to be made out of gold. And then we have to grab the water. We're draining to there, but that's fine. And then I don't think the temperature of the water is going to matter too much. For now, though, we'll just pull it with an insulated line. And then we'll run this into the feed. Unfortunate, boys. Unfortunate. Should be alright. This is still moving out water. Let's not do that anymore. Yeah, it's such a weird setup right there. That's fine, it's fine. Okay, let's move that out. We could climb up top from this side, so it's not a big deal. Oh wait, this is 4 tower range, so we can remove that as well. CO2 pocket, not that bad. No more overgrow, that's so bad. Let me get half the line, thank you. Let's get that in, let's get that in. Let's remove all this. We're probably gonna need to climb up, that's gonna be that way. And then a lot of the power line right here we gotta remove. Autosave lag? I will have to get up here, it looks like. To remove all the wire. And we gotta add water, boys. So we do want this maybe closer to 40. But we're at 33. That's pretty good. It's above 25. A little bit warmer than our area, which is fine. Alright, so since we climbed through that way, we're going to start trimming this. Research is complete. Nice. We don't really need anything else. All right, so we're gonna grab... We have steam turbine. Yeah, we're probably gonna need the centrifuge and the research reactor right there. So we'll grab the Radbull battery. Pre-tech. Empty pipe. Running the wheel for the desalinator. That's kind of funny how that works. Because this is nowhere close to enough power to this. So he's just running for no reason. Or, well, it's sporadic, right? Dude, we're almost done with the scanning, dude. We do get 4 tiles. So we have the outer layer and we're basically ready. Probably want to do that because of how much rad bullet it is. They're on downtime, which is fine. Rebuild that. Salt water is tapped. Still moving out the salt water from here. Otherwise, we are in great shape. Yeah, I think we should just start mining everything else out. Clear up this area, let the hydrogen float out. Still adding water there, slowly. Alright, because we have a lot of ice, we should do this. And then we get 2 more temp shift plates. I might just put it on that side, and then we just have 1 more, which we could put on this side again. This is a lot of water to move in. And then there's this weird spot in the inside that no one's able to reach. Alright, let's just leave it there. We could do both. I guess we could argue digging through like this is perfectly fine. And then I probably do want to dig this abyssalite. I don't think there's a space where the dartles are a problem if they walk into, so we're fine with that. Clean up a little bit of the wires. Those were originally where my oxygen diffusers were. That melted nice. Dude, that averaged out pretty fast. You know what? We'll add another one of these up top. Just because we have a lot of water to fill up, so I might as well do that. This is at 48, so I'm not really too worried about having to refill the room yet. $750. Yeah, we're really at a great position right now. Extra toilet water. I'll rebuild this now before it becomes a problem. I'll let him use the toilet one time first. No, we would have a lot of time. Because the thing with that is separate reservoir to collect the pee water. Guys, stay hydrated. Technically, summertime. Guys, when does summer end and fall start? You got the perfect image to replace the mold. Can you do that in the files? Can you actually do that in the files? That'd be kind of funny, man. Replace and rename the file. And then instead of Demolier, that's what you see. That would be pretty funny, man. Not gonna lie. Alright, we are going to bottle emptier here. All the water we have that's not pitcher pumped, I want to keep that for the supercomputer. At some point, we're going to start adding water into here so that we could use this for whatever. But since we have a pipeline directly, we're not going to do that yet. Man, this is running, dude. Running for a while. Cannot wrangle the fish. Oof. Instead, you have to relocate. Okay. Plug slugs. Oh, what a travesty. I don't want them. Plug slugs are gross. We probably do upgrade the bedrooms. We have the situation, I think. Ooh. You could use this with amber? Wow. The big flex. Hanging fossil. I'm gonna do it with the amber instead. These fossils looking nice. Looking real nice. Pea water is going down. It's made out of amber, dude. It's just gonna bounce off. You know what a medicine ball is? You know those giant yoga balls that people stretch with? It's gonna be like that, man. It just looks big. It's pretty light. I see you over there, Mimic. I see you over there. Made a mess? Oh, my man's is stuck. Save yourself. Oh, they was stuck. Oh, I didn't even realize. Sitting here, I realized that my dupes did not have a place to go. Yeah, at least it's breathable, man. We have a lot of oxygen, though. We make sure it's provided. Okay, no more ice, right? Just brine ice, which we don't realistically want to use. Though we can. We really can. This is gonna be any water we mop up. No auto bottle, of course. Nice. More coolant. Realistically, though, I should just mop this up and use brine. The brine ice that we have. It's probably better, to be honest. Can you grow seed comb in brine? You can. I might want to do that. So that we could use the water right here. Maybe I should use the seed comb at the bottom of the tiles right here. That could be a great idea. Not that we want to feed them, but it's like we're going to have that in water anyways. Right? That wouldn't be bad. We could actually probably move, like, the bins here, too, for that reasoning. Now, how much seed comb do we really need? We don't really need a lot of phyto oil. We might be okay with the 3 right here. Maybe we get rid of this research station, so we have a shorter lab. And then we could replace these tiles with farm tiles as a result. That's not a bad idea. And then we get 5 seed comb. Get rid of these. 6 seed comb. And then we're still making it because it converts pea dirt into, you know, seed comb, right? We got one of the fish got moved up. Oh, that works. I forgot that works. You can't wrangle them, but you could relocate them. I don't know, man. That works, but that's kind of jank. And these are filled up. Okay. We'll move that in because I think that's pea dirt from our toilet from before. Oh, look at that. All right, what do we need for luxury barracks? Oh, no cots. I don't have plastic yet. All right, all right. So plastic is amber resin. I guess we could start setting that up. We would need power for that. I guess we could run a separate wheel for that we had on the Blashot maker. All right, polypress, basically right here. And then we are gonna run this and plant pulverizer. You can't rotate this? Why? Oh, that's so jank. Whatever's. Then you run this into that. And then we're gonna crush the amber to get plastic. And then we're just gonna run off the power from the wheel. We're not gonna be using this, so it's fine. It might seem like it's gonna overload, but we'll be fine. That res got built. Let's go. Remove that. So we are going to be choosing to do geothermal power. It's a little bit more advanced, but this is something that if you learn how to do properly, it's really nice because that means hotspots are now going to be considered power sources. So a lot of times you might want to avoid that just due to the fact that it's a high chance if it fails, you might have a catastrophic base changing event, right? So we will talk about all the ins and outs about that, you know, things to watch out for, things to be wary of, and materials you should have before getting started. And first one we're going to need is plastic. We're also going to want steel. We will. So in that case, I probably should get a kiln ready. This is going to be making refined carbon off of the peat. And then we will get lime and fossil via rock crusher, which I need to rebuild. So that does mean I do need to use my peat for that. Let's dig this up. We'll probably just put it right here. The rock crusher. We just got to dig up the top. Seacomb salt water. I did not make that connection. It's Seacomb. Of course I could do salt water. I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about that. Seacomb is salt water. Alright, we could dig this. Then we'll dig that. And then we will dig this, that, that. Climb up this way. I want to have a way to climb up that way. And then everything is still within range. We want to dig that so that we don't get stuck here anymore. That also means we could dig this and just use the ladders. No research. Nice. We go for this one next. Pre-tech. If you guys are going to be going for the achievement to research every technology, you guys are free to do so. I'm just going to be picking and choosing the ones I want to get. So I'm not too much, you know, worried about that. Not thinking about it. We're going to go with wood cabin. Inside that room, it's going to be nice. Okay, amber to resin. Let's go. Do that forever. Bump it up to a 7. As much as I get water from there and it kind of helps out, we really don't need to. It's just way too much power, right? It's never going to be enough. So, to make better use of my time, we're just not going to have this run yet. Eventually, we'll hook it up. He's better out helping out the dupes, doing other stuff. Oh, that got done. So that means we potentially get fossil to lime here. Love the wood paneling. Dude, you get that rustic cabin feel. Oh, dude, you know what I should have done? I should have rotated it. So it would have looked more like a cabin and you're stacking the logs horizontally. Man, this kind of just looks like, you know, panels of a house now. Feels bad, man. You know how we have cabins, it's like stacked logs? I should have went the other way for that. Yeah, man, dude. Drywalls are one of the best things, man. You could do like designs with the different drywalls, and then you can rotate it. It's super nice. Start doing cool designs with the diagonals. Oh, I never rebuilt this. Oh my god, I hope you guys have enough water for the toilets today. Oh my god. Rip it out and rotate. You know what? We'll do it now, just for you guys. Aw, man. Background buildings. So this doesn't get decon. The beds don't get decons. Pro tip, boys. Background buildings deconstruction is really good for a lot of stuff. When you're trying to deconstruct like pipeline behind your ladders, wires behind your ladders, stuff like that. It's really nice to have done. I guess we could mop up the water here now. There are some things in this game that weirdly you can't rotate, that I just don't know why. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, why can you not rotate that? It just feels weird. So when it's like you don't think about it and it's like, oh, you could have just rotated that, and, you know, it's, I feel like it's not like everything in the game is able to be rotated. Timo could do it. Zandroff could do it too. We have 2 researchers. I guess they were doing the other tasks first. I should probably drop these to an 8. If all the science buildings are priority 9, none of them are. Xenosci, see you over there. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, so we have water here now. That's not bad. We're gonna cut the pipe here so that all the water go through the fish tank. And then I do think we're gonna need the water soon. We did pick up the water from here, from the toilet. Oh, yo, that's right. They dumped in the toilet water. Oh, dude. Alright, man. This is your time. This is your time, my dude. I need you to evolve. And then we'll get a Sani shell. Oh my god. And then he could clean the water. Dude, the plays. Sani shell for the win. Even though not really. Oh, I didn't do a vent line. Let's go. By the way, Too Legit, thank you for helping me branch off into making my own designs. Non-community standard. I just made a funky looking hot steam vent tamer. Nice. Honestly, man, once everyone starts doing what's known as the meta builds, you lose a lot of that creativity, man. And all the builds look the same, you know? So it's like you kind of want to have organic designs. There is still reason, though, to look at the meta design to see how they do what they do. 100%. But yeah, once you start relying on the meta build and not coming up with your own, it starts becoming seemingly impossible. It's like, man, I never would have came up with something like that. And that's fine. You got to come up with your own builds. They'll slowly get better, and then you'll have a build you can call your own. There's a little bit of a, like, satisfaction there that you wouldn't have by just building the set design. So, yo, man, shout out to you, Xenosci. I just gave you a small little nudge. At the end of the day, man, you were the one that did it. So that was all you, my friend. That was all you. Oh, a seal. Ah, man. I don't have a cold... I mean, I guess we do. He could hang out with the T-Rex. Man. Alright, we get the seal, baby. He doesn't do anything, though, for us. He's not going to give us ethanol. We don't have sucrose for him to eat. What's the temperature he needs to be at? 10 positive. Oh, he's living up to 100 though. Okay. We will let him hang out. We will put him in here. He could have his own space. Dude, what's keeping us warm? Oh, it's this. I'm blind, dude. I'm like, okay, our temperature should be at -18, and we have deep freeze for the food that we're feeding the Rexes. I did not realize there's a heat spike right here. Leaking in heat. Oh my god. So I have to build this like that. Dude, I'm like, dude, why is the top of this positive? The abyssalite is negative. And then I realized there is a break in the abyssalite right here. You guys can't see, but that's iron, not abyssalite. And it's because of the freaking critter flux. This thing fluxes. Man, okay, it is what it is. At least we see it now. Plastic, 60 kgs, I'm in. I'm in. Looking nice. No pending deliveries. Oh, it moved. Gotta say, I kind of love the Rex loop now. As long as if you feed them food, it's not that bad. The big thing, though, is making sure their body temperature is cold enough that you have solid brine. That's the hardest thing. Because if you have an area where the Rex got warm, like my area right here warmed up because of abyssalite break, or they stay in a warm environment for too long, it's insane because you start pooping out water, it's diarrhea, you know what I'm saying? And it's like they're just having a bad time, just pooping out liquid brine all the time. And it's like, dude, that stuff sucks. It really does. And it sucks that, you know, the Rexes have to deal with that. So, like, I'm not gonna lie, man. Heating up a Rex that has warmed up is horrible. It takes forever, man. It's like you realistically just kind of have to wait till it dies and wait for a baby to spawn at the default temperatures. Yeah, you try to do a Dartle Rex ranch and you lost your mind. Dude, it's not worth it, man. Like, you could do it. I've seen people succeed with the automatic Dartle ranch setup, temperature controlled, and then they have like a time drop for Dartles every so often on a timer. But realistically, man, the feeder with the meat or the tough meat is so much easier. So the strategy I've kind of delved into is if you do lump ranches, just don't eat brisket. You get so much food from the sweat corn, right? It's really insane how much food you get from the sweat corn. Because it's like, that's all I'm eating. We have what? 4, 8, 9. So at 8 plus 17. And then 23. Like, we have 23 sweat corn. That's not a lot. It's 4 sweat corn per dupe. So we have about 23, right? That's what? 5.5. And then we just cook it, and then we get veggie poppers because it's double calories. That's 11 dupes. And then we get toasted millets from these guys every 5 cycles after they do the pollination. And then I'm not accounting for the plants being pollinated, because they have to be pollinated to grow, but the pollination is a growth speed increase. So we actually get a little bit more food as well. So like you get that 11, the millets, every 5 cycles is 1,500. That's 1 meal. Man, it's like an extra 300 per then, right? In that case, it's so good, man. It took me so much trial and error. Right now, I got my Rex, basically a regular hatch ranch, and about 30 degrees mesh tiles under them, liquid pump. Dude, once you, yeah, a hatch ranch design is actually the ideal setup. That's actually the crazy thing. If you do a hatch ranch design with the Rex, that is the ideal setup. I'm not even kidding. The funny thing is that you don't even need to have mesh tiles. Because the thing with the Rexes that's kind of interesting is you could literally do the normal hatch ranch, right? And then what you would do is grooming, feeding, and then drop off, right? Then what you do is this. You know how normally you do that weird 7 shape, right? Instead, you just put another tile. And then you could just put a pump on this side. And then put the other tile. And I guess you have to change that up slightly. Right? And that's your normal ranch size. There's nothing you have to really think about with that. It's so nice. The only thing is the food rots really fast, which is why I'm opting to do it in a cold biome. Because the food is a lot slower to rot. But otherwise, dude, the food rots in 4 cycles. 4 cycle rot time is the only thing that really sucks about doing the hatch ranch design. So if you can get a temperature controlled room, that's perfect. But yeah, just getting a little bit of feathers, it's easy. Oh, you have a bionic rancher. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. That'll do it, man. That will do it. If you have a bionic rancher, man, it's gonna be tough times for them, 100%. But yeah, it sucks. It kind of feels like, I don't know, like the clay jank builds that we used to get before was a product of the developers understanding that the players are gonna do optimized designs. Or maybe they understand it now and they're making it unoptimal on purpose. Because it feels like the more recent DLCs have a lot of, like, you can't figure out a good setup. A lot of the more recent DLC additions, it doesn't really feel like they were like designed for that, if that even makes sense. That's a good point. Managing the meat temp will be annoying. Yep, that's the hardest part because it rots fast. If you get 20 plus ranching skill, easy with the boops. 1 groom will give you an egg, so you could semi-starve ranch and have them drop into a Rex pit with doors. Ooh, I see you. The spigot seals come in mind for that. Yep. It feels like a lot of the new stuff they've added feels not, I don't want to say impossible, but for lack of better words, that's basically what it is. Feels a little bit like it's impossible to, like, do the things. How much space is this? I don't want him to be cramped, right? Alright, he only needs 8. 12. Okay. We will give him a little bit of space then. I don't know if that's good design or anti-design. You feel like the Prehistoric Planet Pack is under your grasp, but the FPP doesn't yet. I would want to say FPP feels more anti-player than the other 2 DLCs. In a sense that everything you got from that, I wouldn't argue is good. A lot of the stuff you get from that is very labor intensive. Like the alveol vera. You have to have a dupe harvest. And if you don't, it stops getting CO2. Mercury sucks. Yeah, Mercury is, man. Mercury has its uses. Mercury has its uses. But there's a lot of stuff that debates you in FPP. The heater is jank. If you guys don't understand heater mechanics, man, I hate it. Even if your dupes aren't cold, if they don't have the heater buff, they're going to run to it every day. I remember I made a heater in my Dreco ranch so I could heat up the ranch for my Drecos for the bomb lily. And then every day my dupes would wake up and go into the Dreco ranch and do the animation to warm their hands. And I was like, wait, what? Why are you guys doing that? It's not even cold. Because I was on a normal planet. I think I was on Terra Start. And then it's like a lot of the stuff requires you to do the dupe intensive ice machine. right? In order for you to get snow and ice. I was like, dude, you can't use bots. You can't use sweepers. That's really annoying. There's no pipeline for this to add water. It felt very anti-player, dude. I didn't like FPP for that. Now, of course, Prehistoric Planet Pack, we got the smoker. Dude, the smoker is nice, man. I'm chilling. With just the smoker, man, I'm kind of happy. We hanging out. We got food, baby. Oxygen has been solved, so, you know, that's really it. Food and oxygen. We get to say hello to the lums. You know, we hanging out with them, man. Can't be mad. Everything's good. I mean, 1,000 hours plus new experience could be quite 100%. For newer players, it might seem like, oh yeah, all you gotta do is this and you'll do it. Yeah, but it's like, you don't see the shortcomings yet, right? Until you play for a while, and then it's gonna slowly be like, man, this sucks. It's gonna creep up on you, man. Like, man, this is not that good. Something overheated. Something overheated. 40, 70, 59, 60, 63. I lost it immediately after I saw that. I think it's this, yeah. So this overheated. Okay. I think the easy solution is we put a second tile set. And then we do brine ice. Construction 9. We are gonna cut the power on this. And then we are effectively going to do somewhat submerged. We just need to deal with the heat here, right? I do love the geothermal thing in FPP. 15 turbine basically for it's nice. I wished the DLC additions were like story traits where you could toggle them on and off. That's the one thing that I really hated about FPP. I want the geothermal heat pump outside of the cold map. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be so much more stuff to do. Because you could do radioactive ocean, and then you get that on a planet. And it's like, oh, dude, this is going to be so sweet. And it's the same thing with Demolier. I want this on every other planet. So that we could have the objective of doing this, you know? That'd be so nice. And that wouldn't even be that much work. You just have to make it so that the Demolier happens on every start, right? 200 cycles is a lot of time. Getting the refined metal is not bad. We're getting to a point where we're going to have multiple ways of getting biodiesel and stuff. Or maybe have another, you know, substitute, petroleum, instead of biodiesel. That would be so much more stuff for us, the players, you know, to kind of like play through. It'd be really nice. But that's one of the reasons why I was mad at FPP. I have to play the cold map in order to get the heat pump. And I was like, why can't that be just an option we toggle on? That would be amazing if that was the case. Tubes. We're not going to do tubes. We're just going to pre-tack and grab pixel pack. Add 100. We'll stop burning through the peat. We'll redo that later once we need to. But yeah, it just could have been better. That's why my current save is modded to have both prehistoric. There's a mod for that? Hold up. Hey man, hook me up with the mods. My man, can you hook me up with the mods, man? Asking for a friend. Yo, man. There's a mod for that, guys. Someone post that in the Oni Discord. Could you post that on the Oni Discord and I'll check it out? Dude, that's amazing if that's a mod. Sergeant Amalis. Dude, man. Feels bad about Sergeant Amalis. He used to hang out in my streams until one day I told him I didn't like his mod, and then he never showed up again. And it's not that I didn't like his mod. He asked me to download it, and I said no. But what happened was that there is the mod he has, the forced updater, right? So sometimes your mods don't update. He has a mod that updates the mods. But then the problem is that if the mod updater is not up to date, and that mod in and of itself has an update problem, the other mods don't update. So I was like, wait, so if the mods don't update and then this doesn't update, we're kind of screwed? So I was like, that's kind of pointless then. I don't want to get something like that. And then he's like, oh man, that's unfortunate. And that was the last day I saw him, man. Feels bad. Shout out to Sergeant Amalis if he's out there. Maybe he just started lurking and stopped chatting. But yeah, man. Sergeant Amalis. I don't know what happened to him, man. Did the resin solidify? Yes. 20. Ah, yeah, the ice will do that. Ice will do that. All right, so we just have to process the resin then. That's all it is. Solid resin, unfortunate. Why is there a lot of CO2 here? The peat pushes over and it goes bottom right. That does happen. And then we got to go out this way. All right, so space is done scanning. We are still doing pop shots. No pending deliveries. Do they not want to do that anymore? Oh yeah, this gets glitched. I forgot about that. It gets to a point where your dupes will glitch out. Even reselecting it does nothing. Oh no, it's a schedule issue right now. Let's have them finish their things. Maybe when they wake up, it's gonna be fine. No pending deliveries. All right, so the only way to force that is with the loader setup. Yeah, we're just running out of iron. It's gonna be fine. Power is already gonna be here. But yeah, if someone can, if you guys don't mind, post that in my Discord, the name of the mod, and I'll make sure to try to add it. Because I'm not gonna lie, man. I've wanted something like that. Sweep, sweep. And then we could get rid of this finally. He also got one to his Demolier storage tray. Nice. Dude, that's gonna be so good. We could now do Demolier runs on like radioactive ocean. Dude, alright, man. We already got some ideas for the future runs. It's gonna be sweet. It is gonna be sweet. Alright, we're still pumping out here. We're not gonna be getting to geothermal most likely today. We got our shots coming out. We stopped shooting, though. We have to get this done. It does, right? It sounds really cool, man. Or you do it on flipped magma. So it's like... It's already magma up top, but it makes it so that shooting it down is a lot harder. It's like it's just gonna break into magma, but then at the same time, like, what if you have to shoot it down? You have to get through the top of the map. That would be probably what I would want to do. Forced magma dealing in order to get to the Blashots. And then you're on flipped magma. The map is small, dude. Flipped magma, it is a small map. Like, half the map is the magma. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a small map. That seems like it would be fun, though. Because that is a unique challenge, if I've ever seen one. Flipped magma demolier. I'm in. Alright, we'll trim through all that. Get through this. Still pumping up salt water. Alright, so we gotta do this. So we start pumping again. Get rid of the bad gas. So we have our blasting being made. Very simple setup. Plant pulverizer. The lure plants we were harvesting earlier on has been being harvested, and you get something called resin. That you get amber. That amber gets crushed into resin, and you get plastic at the polypress. And then the upside is that you get the materials you need for steel. Sand for filtration, fossil for lime. It's really nice. Ooh, it's a puff baby. Do we take Quinn? It's a rocket pilot. We don't need these two. Operator with minus machinery. It's so weird. I guess we take Quinn. Wouldn't be bad. We'll potentially do like a fish ranch. We could. Do a Paku ranch. We could do one. It wouldn't be a bad thing. That way we have endless amounts of food. But I probably don't want to do that until we actually get yeah, we don't want to do that until we get like proper cold storage. Most likely. Now we are technically getting a lot of man, we technically have a lot of brine ice because of this right now. This is still positive temperature, which sucks. Oh. How much tile is this? 96. I just got an idea. We're gonna deconstruct this. Because it's positive, right? I got an idea for this, and it should work. Alright, grab that. They're out of a ranch right now, they're mad. Oh, and the grooming station doesn't work because it's out of a ranch. And is this done? Nice. So this is Intracosmic. Allow manual use. We'll start moving in the bullets in. And then we dig this time. Hey! Okay, this is going to be warm for a while, but it's going to be okay. What in the world? The double raid exactly at the same time. What is happening? Shout out to y'all. Walk of Life, were you guys playing the same game together? Crystal Lilac, welcome in. What's going on, Miss Monica? How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. How was Walk of Life? Talk to us about the streams. I heard this is the place to be. What's going on, Ball? Welcome in. Yeah, we're checking out some of the demos and playtests. Awesome. Hey, just got done a nice big run of demos and games from Tiny Teams. Ah. So you guys, so I imagine it's like a co-op thing, maybe? I'm imagining that's what it is. Like a co-op game. You guys were playing together. Demo co-op. That's actually kind of cool. But of course, welcome in, welcome in. My name's Too Legit City. Playing some Oxygen Not Included. If you guys don't know Miss Monica, she's a... I don't know her role, but she works with, I think it's, Alright, Miss Monica, I apologize. I forget if it's Yogcast or the Plate Up specifically. That she's one of the, I think, moderators on the Discord. Or is it a different group? I apologize, Miss Monica. I'm pretty sure it's Yogcast, though. Community manager for Plate Up specifically. That's what it was. So she'd be doing a lot of the official stuff. Mad cool. I am ironically not legit enough. Feels bad, man. But yeah, man, check them out. They were doing some demos today and Mr. Drops. I get to meet Mr. Drops for the first time. But of course, appreciate you guys, man. Thank you guys so much for the raid, bringing your community and share with ours. Right now, we're playing a colony management game called Oxygen Not Included. This is, for the most part, very science-heavy, very thermodynamics heavy with the temperature management. If you guys have any questions about this, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. My kitty cat on the bottom right side is a all-black Scottish fold. His name is Mamba. I poke him in his butt. The little baby's just napping, though. I woke him up. He's probably going to be mad at me. He's staring at me. He wants his head rubs. I got to give him some. But of course, appreciate you guys. Were you guys only playing Walk of Life? Demos, right? What other games did you guys get to play today? Talk to us about that, man. What was the games? Let us know. Let us know. I think we're eating up the bleach stone still. And then we're doing all the biodiesel right there. Yeah. Okay, so that's maxed out, which is fine. But yeah, what other games did you guys check out, man? Let me know, let me know. Gotta hear about the demos, anything that I need to keep my eye out on. This side we can trim out. Should be fine. Yeah. And then the CO2 will be dumped out this time. And of course, if you guys have to take care of the post-stream stuff, especially after streaming, man, I gotta cook dinner. I gotta feed my babies behind me, the little Mamba. He demands head rubs and belly rubs or else he bites me. And then, of course, he gets his wet food. And then I get to eat dinner after all that. And then, of course, if I don't shower after my streams, Mamba will make sure to groom me by licking me in the face. My kitty cat's like, I think he's a dog in his past life. Because that's all he does, man. He licks me. With his kitty cat sandpaper tongue, dude, that stuff hurts. So I gotta make sure, man. Yeah, man. That's all he does all day. There was one time I woke up and my entire arm was hurting. And I was like, what happened? It felt like I got a sunburn. And then I looked at my forearm and it was like raw. I realized that the little kitty cat was licking my arm while I was asleep. Because I do the thing where I put my arm over the blanket. So he was just going to town licking my arm. And I didn't even realize because I was just sleeping. He only did that one time. He's only done that one time. Oh no, bro. Liquid resin. Okay, that's fine. Totally fine, right? But yeah, Mom was a good kitty cat though otherwise. So yeah, guys, check them out. If you guys don't know who they are, drop them a follow. Check out their games. They'd be doing a lot of variety. If not, some played up, man. Of course, appreciate y'all, Mr. Drops, Miss Monica Plays. I see you guys over there. So right now, we are just getting through. Allow manual use. Oh, it's just low priority. All right, let's bump that up to an 8. We'll start getting the ammunition delivered. And we're gonna shoot down the meteor. Continue shooting it down. 25% of the way there. Alright, we're just digging through some of the salt. Today we tapped the saltwater geyser, but we're at a point of the game where we're pretty much in a good point of stability. We could grab dupes, we could get food. We could make our room upgrades and pretty up the rooms a little bit. Oh, that reminds me. I was supposed to add the all-wood interior. I hear that's extra when you buy a car. Is that true, man? If you get the all-wood interior, that's extra on a car? I don't know how that works, man, so I gotta ask you guys, is that a real thing? You get the all-wood interior? So I wanted to do a flipped version, right? That goes left to right. That way it looks like logs stacked up in a cabin. I had it the other way, up and down. It didn't look that nice. Hey, Officer Wolf. Thank you so much. Wait. They subscribed for 4 months. Currently on a 3-month streak. They have, dude, the verbiage of Twitch is weird. I can't tell if that means they subscribed for 4 months now and they're going to be subscribed for the next 4, or if this is 4 months and then it's on a 3-month streak. You know what I'm saying? Because you could subscribe for multiple months now, right? Either way, Officer Wolf, thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Supporting me and the little baby mambas right here. This little guy needs his wet food, needs his kibble. And of course needs all the head rubs I could give him. You ready for the new league? Yeah. We're going to be playing that when it comes out. I saw the data mine stuff yesterday. You saw what happened? They data mined the new classes and stuff. It was found out that we got 3 druids, ascendancies, and the druid class. Right? So we have Wildheart, another druid, and another druid. We got the monk ascendancy martial artist. That's essentially going to be unarmed, right? But we're going to see how that works out. And then we got an Amazon ascendancy with Beastmaster. So we're going to get a decent amount of stuff. We're going to be getting Act 4. And you know what's the funniest thing about that? Someone typed in the Reddit how they data mined it and how they got the information and how they know it's true. And you know what they did? They went and hot fixed it, how they were able to do that. So they data mined the information that was already there on the placeholders. The placeholder names got updated. And then because of that, that was the cue that we're getting that ascendancy on the next update. So what they did was they went into the database and removed all the names of all the ascendancies, instead of having all of them listed as placeholders. They did a hot fix just to do that, to prevent future leaks. I was like, oh wow, they had to shadow patch that, man. There was no notice about it. They just went in and, you know, now that's gone. But yeah, we will be playing it. We will be playing it. I don't know if I'm going to be playing Druid or I might play Monk for Martial Artists. I'm not sure yet. I want to see the release and then I'm going to look at the Ascendancy, right, before anything happens and then make a decision. I'm also thinking I might play a broken class like Blood Mage so that I would have a class guaranteed to be able to farm items for my second class. That's going to be one of the new ones. I'm not sure how I'm going to play that yet. But yeah, we are going to be playing that, man. We will. Are you going to be playing Druid off the bat, man? Dude, you guys see this? Look at that. Horizontal logs with the wood grain. And then we got the fossils right there. And then we're going to be able to get the paintings inside. So how much space is this? 10 tiles. So that means we could do... something like that. And then we could get like a hanging plant. That's not bad. I don't think there's anything else that could hang, right? You get the arrow pot. Oh, you could use amber for this. That's kind of nice. Don't have to use diamond or glass. You have another option. Oh man, we're gonna get the nice rooms, man. We're basically designing this to be like the 3 little bears and Little Red Riding Hood. No. Goldilocks. This bed was too big. This bed was too stiff. This bed was too soft. This bed is just right. It looks exactly like that cabin, dude. It really does. No joyas. We probably do just rosebush. We got it, boys. The little cabin. The only thing that could improve on this is if we get wood tiles. And then we have a wood floor for that. Water here is almost filling up. Temperature, that's 58. We have time. Still pumping up the pea waters from down below. Alright, we're gonna flip one of the bins. Water's accumulating. This is doing alright. We have a lot of amber. We could start making brisket every now and then. How much food do we have in here? 24 kilograms of tough meat. Okay. So this, the idea was we do a vacuum tile, and then we make this a normal tile that could chill down a lot faster. And then with that logic, we could try to get this to -18. That gives us deep freeze. And once we get that, we're going to be in great shape. Because then this is not going to warm up anymore. Or at least that's going to be the plan. Though the Dartles might be trying to do something. It looks like they're going inside to try to warm up the gas. Oh, is it these tiles that are problematic? That does actually act as a problem. That's the funny thing. These tiles right here are actually problematic. I didn't think about that. No, so this is a cold biome, right? So if you just have an area that's like that, it's going to be cold, -22. So I'm trying to get it so that it stabilizes at that temperature that it already is. Right, so you can see the tiles are at -25, -24. So what I'm doing is I'm preventing heat from leaking out. So when you do a liquid lock, right, your liquid is touching both sides of the area. So then there's heat transfer along the liquid. We did what's called a drop lock. You see this? We have oil, oil, oil. But then the center is a vacuum. So that means this tile doesn't touch anything else outside of this gas. And then this only touches the outside. This touches the inside. This touches only the tiles. So there's no heat transfer from the inside to the outside. That means this temperature stays at that temperature. And you only need to hit -18. And this is -23, right? So the vacuum just prevents heat transfer from leaking out. And then we get to maintain the temperature. So I think like early on, if you want to get suits, this is the best way to ranch Rexes, I think. Because then you'll have the meat spoiling really fast, but then since you have chlorine and you have a negative temperature, you potentially get deep freeze, if not at least refrigeration, right? And then your food spoils slower. And it's pretty key, right? Because tough meat rots in 4 cycles. How did we do that? So first things first, this is a very flimsy lock, right? So normally a liquid lock like this is always going to be better. It has every downside of a lock outside of heat transfer. So that means my dupe touching it gets wet if he didn't have a suit on, right? All that good stuff. The thing with this is that if you use anything outside of a heavy liquid, every time you walk by this, you potentially break it. So one of the easiest ways is if a dupe idles here with no suit, they could breathe oxygen on the top tile. And then he could breathe out CO2 and it pushes the liquid in. That can happen. If you're carrying something that off gases and you walk through, that again could push the liquid down and it breaks everything. Now, of course, this is not going to be like immediately it heats up. It just means you're going to have to reset the lock. Now, for the most case, you want a heavy liquid because a heavy liquid doesn't get pushed. Oil is the heaviest liquid in the game. And if you don't know about liquid density, I would recommend looking at the Wikipedia. Water and anything water-based, so water, polluted water, brine, salt water, is top 10 lightest liquids in the game. Right? Water is second lightest. So water is always going to be on top, and light liquids move very easily. So you want to use a heavy liquid to do this. Outside of that, the easiest way to do it is you build a lock. Right? Oh, you see right here, this broke, right? You drop a little bit of oil. In my case, there is 2 kilograms of oil here in total. And then what you want to do is you let it spill 1 drop, and then you build a tile here. Right? So I was carrying bleach stone out of here, and it looked like I pushed over my oil. We'll do that right now. You'll get to see. There's a little bit of nuance to this, because this is also an easy way for you to delete all your water. Whatever it is you're using for the liquid lock. So you have to watch out. That nuance, though, I can't show you. It only happens if you have 1 element per tile. Since I have both of them as carbon dioxide, I'm not going to run into it. So you push up the oil, right? And then there's a gas on this tile. We're going to... Oh, we can't. That's a struggle. I can't build on heavy watt wire. Let me remove this really fast. So when you have that happen, you have a gas tile, you just build a tile over it. And then when you deconstruct it, the oil pushes out. So once you have a layer, 3 like this, you could deconstruct the middle, and then the oil in the middle falls down. And then you get that lock design like this. That's known as the drop lock. The best thing to use in the early game is probably gunk from the bionic dupes, because that's really heavy. So if you have that, that would be pretty good. Oil is the best easily. So you see that, right? 3 by 1. And we do 1 more. And then it's going to fall down. We'll have our vacuum in the middle. Welcome in, Notorious Smalls. Just like that. Right? Vacuum. So the only way it breaks is if you carry something that off gases. P-dirt, bleach stone, oxalate, you know, the things that just release gas. So you gotta watch out for that. Outside of that, though, it's one of the best locks to learn in the game. Easily. Are we done here? Halfway through. Some gases are going to get trapped, so I just want to make sure we're, you know, ahead of that. We did dig this, so not bad. Okay, so we will want to move the items out so it doesn't get stuck on the neutronium. And then we dig that to dig this. Build supply. He's a building impaired. builder. But you know what? I'm fine with that, man. He's a build supply, man. That's really nice. Oh, I didn't do the other guys. Quinn, we'll make it... Wait, what do you do? Operator? You're not a doctor, are you? Supplying, okay. That means we'll do it like that. Make him do his job. Okay, I want to actually track my plastic. Dude, 6 steam turbines. We get that easy. Alright, so we will be wanting to tap geothermal power. Is going to be what we're going to want to use for power. Alright. So we got to get rid of a lot of the polluted oxygen here so we can make our lock setup to go inside. That's going to be really important. We're also going to need suits here. 100%. Let's pre-make some of the suits. No peats. Alright, we're back on. Let's go with, yeah, we'll go with the nickel. 73 feathers. So good. Let's get 6 more suits. We're going to want to start making lime. 5, what is that? 55? And then we have fossil. Let's go with 50. We do get fossil from crushing the amber to resin, so it's really nice. Still need a little bit more water there. No more grabbing from there, which is not bad. Where else could we get water? We're out of ice. Oh, it's right here in the sea cones. You know what? We'll do it. We will bop to the sea cones. We'll start picture pumping this. We'll start moving out the waters. Move it from there, move it from there. Since this is already on a pipeline, we're not too worried about the waters anymore. I just want to finish filling this up. What's going on, Radar? How are you? What's good? We are shooting down Demolier. Shooting this down. Otherwise, we're sitting pretty. Food is solved, oxygen is solved. We tapped 2 water geysers. We're collecting all the salt water to put in the same spot. We have suits now with the T-Rexes going well. Everything is going really good. So we're starting space, cycle 155. Everything's looking like we're ahead. Mid-game, I just got plastic. I don't have steel yet. I'm technically still mid-game. Just because I don't have steel. But once I get steel, technically I could enter the endgame. But yeah, I gotta get that sweet, sweet, precious steel, man. You know how it is. Gotta get that steel. And then we're going to be tapping into geothermal power at some point. That's going to be fun times. We want to pay attention to that before it becomes a problem. I probably get rid of this too. Steel, and other homonyms. Isn't a homonym race car? You spell it forward the same way you spell it backwards? No? What's a homonym? That's a palindrome. Oh, my bad. My bad. My bad. Steel homonym. Is that words that sound the same? Taco cat. I could see that. I've seen some people type out full sentences that have the palindrome effect. There's people that type sentences like that. I'm like, what? That sounds insane. Sage, Vaughn, awesome. Yes, sound the same as a homonym. Oh, I see. I see. Appreciate the clarification. Words that sound the same but have different meanings. The words to, there, I guess is another one. And then what else is there? Man, there's probably a lot. I can't even imagine. Discussing. I see a Xenosci. BB222. There. Wait, we're saying homonym is same name. We're discussing homophones. Read and read. Isn't that same definition? Am I wrong? Read and read. Tomato, right? Or is it like past tense? Makes a big difference. How does that actually work? So it is past tense. Okay, so that also fulfills the homophones. No man, if it works, it works. I can't be mad, I guess. Wait, so it's not? Dude, I'm so confused. I'm so lost, man. Mamba likes to chirp at birds. He does this weird chirping sound. Homonyms is like how if I write bat, it would mean a small animal or a wooden stick or the act of hitting something. I bat the bat with a bat. English is difficult, boys. English is difficult. Today I learned that I do not know enough of the English language. Homophones sound the same, homonyms look the same. I see you guys. Same word, different meaning. Okay. And then the other one is sound the same, different word, and different meaning, but does not look exactly the same. Lead the metal, lead, like bass the fish, and drop the bass music. I see you guys. I'm learning, boys. You could drop the bass or drop the bass. You could do both. I don't know which one radar dropped. Is it flopping? I guess you could flop music as well. You can't tell, man. Not enough information, man. Dropping the bass into the lake and then the fish start dancing. Let's go. You guys ever seen there's an episode of Regular Show where they're having a party at the pier and then one of the dudes dancing knocks over the boombox into the lake and then all the fish come out and start dancing with them and they start partying together. Like, dude, man, fish could dance too. The fish can dance too, dude. Oh, we got that done. Nice. Don't get stuck. That's what I'm hoping for. Oh, the English language. English language is jank, man. I didn't believe it when people told me that the English language is like the hardest language to learn. I didn't believe it, man. I really didn't. And then people are like, yeah, if you come from another country and don't learn English growing up, it's the hardest language to learn because there's so many obscure rules. And I'm like, I guess. But then, you know, deep down inside, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, but you don't need to learn any of the rules. I'm gonna be real, man. I didn't know what an adverb was until college. In which case, you know, you don't really gotta learn the rules, man. You get by. And then it's like you talk to some transfer students in college, and they're like, yeah, the hardest thing to learn is the slang. They say that learning the language, everything makes sense until you learn slang. And then when you learn slang, everything goes out the window. I think one of the things they had in slang that they couldn't understand was that's the shit. And they're like, oh, doesn't that mean that's bad? No, that means that's good. And they're like, wait, what? You know what I'm saying? It's like, wait, isn't that bad? It's like, no, man, that's the shit. And it's like, if you grew up with that phrase, it's like, oh yeah, you know. And then you go, man, that's shit. And they're like, oh, that means that's good. Because that's the shit means that's good, right? It's like, no, the shit. And then you have to explain to them, no, when something is shit, that means it's bad. And it's like, wait, what? This is that? And it's like, it's conundrum, right? And then you start listening to Missy Elliott. I'm the sugar honey iced tea. And it's like, wait, is that what that stands for? And they're like, yeah, that's an acronym. They don't understand sugar honey iced tea. British slang is yeah, British slang is pretty bonkers too. I'm not gonna lie, man. Australian slang is also up there. Like, I remember there was an interview one time. Some dude from the countryside of Australia was getting interviewed by the news. And the newscasters were like, I'm sorry, man. I don't understand anything that you just said. And they were just kind of like, thanks for coming on TV. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just didn't know how to respond to him. Because it was like, they didn't understand, like, any of the words. It's on YouTube. It's one of the, like, popular videos. That's actually, I got hit by the algorithm. I was watching the newscaster nail the Hawaiian name. You guys know what I'm talking about? It's like a 50-letter word, but it's one word, and it's like the name of a mountain pass. And then it's like the news anchor completely nails pronunciation. I'll show you guys right now, man. Guys, we got the fish tank sealed. We are doing great. I just need to make sure we don't overfill this, but we had to get this to 350. This is gonna be a great spot for us to wrap things up for the night. So, Demolier, we got 43 cycles. We're shooting it. We're doing pop shots. Right now, we have 29 shots. We have 67 left. We're good. We're at the point of the game where we can take our time. We have enough peat, enough dirt, enough resources to last as long as we need to. We have a lot of water right here. We have about 24 tons per tile times 5, basically 100 tons. And that's not in considering the salt water we have. So that's going to be a lot of water for oxygen. We already have a lot of oxygen. So what we'll want right now is just getting the power, which we're going to tap at the bottom. We'll be doing that next time. We could also use the research reactor for power. Farm the bees. And then get the enriched uranium for the reactor and start making a reactor-based power source. That's a little too advanced now. I probably don't want to do that. But geothermal is also pretty advanced. So we'll do this one today. Or, well, next time. But yeah, Doing really great. We have a lot of feathers. Suits are not a problem anymore. We need to get a better metal refinery setup. We are already done scanning space. So what we're going to want to do now is do our rocket ship scanning setups. That will probably might delay. We might go to this planet and just do a scanner there. The problem is that our supplier for the oxygen to be teleported to the second side's down there. That's far, man. I'm going to dig through the bottom. What did you do for cooling? I have my submerged setup right here. We take the 30-degree water. Mom, I'm sorry, I had to take you out. We take the 30-degree water right here. We sieve it, and then we feed it into this room. The aqua tuner is made out of gold, and then the water and the drop lock system right here that we have opens above 69. So once the water gets to 69, the water drops to the bottom, and then we add more water at 30 degrees. And then we keep the aqua tuner from getting too hot, so it's never going to break itself, and we never get steam. That hot water gets pumped into the electrolyzers to give me 70 degrees oxygen. And then it kind of just works. Because it's not going to be generating any extra heat anyways, because it's going to be 70 degrees. So we get to have leeway up to 69. And that's how we're doing the cooling. This is my early game friendly spawn design. I got this up by cycle 100. Everything here was built. So you need almost no technology, just a couple of automation wires. Gold aqua tuner, that's all you need, gold. The bottom stuff didn't need to be gold because it never gets above 69 anyways. Right? Since we drop it at 69, every time it drops the water, it's cooling everything down. So you could actually use like iron, copper, whatever you want. The only thing that requires it is probably this. If you don't have gold for this and you're using a metal that doesn't increase, you're going to need a temp shift plate so that it doesn't generate too much heat, and you need to help it out, right? So the temp shift plate in the middle, doesn't matter what you make it out of, you just would need it. But in our case, we have the gold, so we don't. So it's pretty good. Oh, no slime. None of these guys are that good. Oh yeah, another thing that's kind of funny is that we have this tank full of germs. We're gonna hope to evolve this guy to a sani shell. And then he could clean up all the germs for us. Yeah, the occasional damage, temp spike. So that's why it's like if you don't have the overheat threshold or the room for it, you're gonna need it. Because once you do the open door, you're gonna have very little water. And that's going to be the time where it's problematic. Another thing that's a dimension thing, the top tile is barely any liquid, so this is about 7 tiles. This is 8 tiles of space. There is never contact on the top layer. So you don't have to worry about heat transfer, because everything's in a vacuum. We also did a joint plate vacuum right here. Right? That way, there's no heat transfer from this hot tank in the middle. Since we have a vacuum layer right here. Really nice, really nice. So all that off of this geyser. And then we're going to stop adding water because we used to run water off of this into the electrolyzers. We're going to start running salt water instead. That means we get to save on this water and use it specifically for cooling and then feeding my overgrowths. Because that 30 degrees is perfect range for this. So we keep the lums alive. That's really nice. All right, guys, people of chat, it is going to be time for me to get that saving.